We should be live. Yeah, we're live.
Okay.
Alright, cool. Alright, what's up, people? No one's really here right now. Post a thing on VH saying we're live.
Alright. Hold on, let me load up the comments then. Just double check. This is working fine. Why would we do this in Zoom if there's like only going to be like 4 of us?
I wasn't
We're still streaming.
I was the same way. We have 4 viewers already. What the fuck? Chris Dame in the chat. Merry Christmas, everyone. This is a live stream on VH. Like, everyone had, like, I don't celebrate Christmas, like, today. And I don't know what the fuck Craig's up to, but, like, we're gonna chill today.
Yes, sir.
What should we be doing on this live stream? Any ideas?
I don't really know. I was just kind of expecting to strike up some conversation with people, but clearly everyone's a little busy.
Yeah, I have a great idea, Craig.
Oh, God. Oh, God. What?
Let's do some math.
Oh, God.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, wait, give me a second. Let me...
It'd be like hell. Okay, is there like
Okay, I got you. Me too. Yeah. Alright. So guys, we got a mathematical model of Garrison's mathematical version of Garrison's model. We got, is anyone even watching this? We got the Hayekian triangle, PPF, and the market of loanable funds. This is like a graph version. Scroll down a bit. We got like this. Yeah. All right. Should we send this to other people too, like outside of VH?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Them to you. Send it to people who think would join. Send it to Seeb.
Oh yeah. Sup, Chris?
Chris is in the chat. Pre-pog. Jessica Beth and Jess. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Craig, what books you get for Christmas?
So far the ones that I know I've got, I got Ethics and Liberty, Michael's book. I think I got Economic Depression, The Cure and Cause by Rothbard, and what was the other one I got? I got Denationalization of Money by Hayek.
Yo, based? Okay.
Oh yeah, and Principles of Economics by Menger.
I have a lot of books to read. So since we're going to be writing a book together, we should read like similar things at the same time.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just going through Foreign Liberty right now for because I'm just posting essays about natural rights.
I got Ethics and Liberty the other day. I'm gonna read that soon. Oh
yeah, I'll read that with you then.
For debate versus Alex, I'm just gonna read like the Robert Nozick section because he needs to make it. But
yeah, sure.
He uses such Randian arguments.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can just kind of go off the basis of using the sort of natural rights theories that would appeal to their sort of ideas of like basing things off value, which is to man's survival. So preconditions of man's survival can derive value.
Well, yeah. Like, they're gonna bring, I was thinking of like the argument. Wouldn't like saying so it's like us objective, us like radical capitalists, like who regulates the state, and they'll say objective law. And then I ask who enforces objective law into the state and little the state. Isn't that like circular reasoning?
No, yeah, definitely. It's like the idea behind objective law as well, that like there's sort of limitations on aggression against property owners, but the very necessitation of upholding objective law in the sense that doesn't allow for competition requires a monopolistic version of aggression.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to retain a monopoly, you have to aggress against property owners in the sense that you regulate them and you retain your monopoly. So you're creating barriers to entry artificially.
Yeah.
So the very existence of the objective law contradicts its nature, which thereby doesn't make it objective law.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I can perfectly pull that up as Alex, and probably doing some cope shit, but like, and then yeah, we'll use like we can also argue time preference, which like enhances this. Where the fuck is everyone?
I don't know. I sent there a few group chats. Maybe eventually we'll
send it to the debate tournament group chat.
Yep. Send it to
Murray Christmas and Happy New Year.
I sent it to Based on Monkey Build and typed off, so we'll see.
Yeah, Onion, yeah, advertise this in VH. Steve's gonna join in a bit.
Bet.
I'm looking at some good discussions. Yeah, so look that up. Also, we needed to restructure our book a bit. We'll do that later.
Oh, really? What do you thinking?
Because I was going through it and like the name of our book's like the future of free markets, and it's supposed to like emphasize like going forward. So we need to add a chapter about strategy, and we need to like change just like some of the names like subsections.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. I changed things up a little bit, so rather than having a whole methodology and a whole free market section, I just combined it into one Australian economics section.
Yeah.
So that can include methodology and free markets.
Like you really, but like because like we're talking about the future, we need to like make like claims of why we should have this in the future.
Yeah. Obviously, we need to justify first why is the preferable system, and then as soon as that's done, we can talk about strategy and critiques.
Yeah, strategy, and then we can just go debunk every single other fucking school and ideology, so we can prove that ours is best, and then we can have it be epic.
Feel like a bumble arc on interest.
Cringe. Bro, I'm reading the pure time preference theory of interest, and Garrison's refutation to some neoclassical. This neoclassical critique of the pure time preference theory of interest is pretty funny.
I mean, Bumble-Arc's theory of interest was really strange. It's I don't want to really understand like what Ferret's whole thing was either. To be honest, like it seems like such a grey area in Austrian economics. With interest theory, especially like with the classification that Ferret made is of capital as a future good. Like I get that with Menger's imputation law, but the idea behind it is capital is like factors of production are present goods as well. Like that they're physically present goods. Like their value is derived from future income from that, like to be acquired from those capital goods, as in their value is derived from future goods, but they are still physically present goods. So, like, the idea that Ferret presented that capital could be classified as a future good within itself it can present some problems, especially for Bumble-Arc's exploitation argument.
Yeah.
I mean, if Marxists were really like in the loop with economics and they genuinely wanted to refute Bumble-Arc's exploitation theories without being pseudos, then the best thing that they could do is honestly use Ferret's refutation to Bumble-Arc's theory of interest itself. Not as in like a productive good, but the classification of capital as a future good. Like if they were to just take that argument, they would have a much more coherent position.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's just indicative of how little Marxists or Marxians tend to read on actual monetary economics, and they don't understand the impact this has on the system. Like watching refutations like to Gabor's theory of interest by saying something like the surplus extraction, he misconstrued it to be is this sort of idea of monetary profit. And this isn't indicative of interest simply because it's not. It's profit extracted from labor. But that's not how it works. The idea behind it is interest is a nominal as well as a real value. Like you have this indication of profit when you make a loan for like a future goods, and you give up, abstain from consumption of present goods. You want to be compensated for those loans. So when these loans are made and then you proceed to abstain from future consumption, you're obviously going to demand compensation, and this compensation is the rate of interest, which is based off your time preference. And this is what I don't understand, because they continually then say that, oh no, it's a straw man because this is based on extraction of surplus from production. It's the same thing. Profit is just a derivative of interest. That's all profit is. Whether it's nominal values, like if interest is lowered and they're making more than pure profits, or they're making more than pure losses, like in a dynamic equilibrium model that Hayek described, everything would be based purely off pure interest profit. There would be no pure profits. It would purely be a derivative of the interest. But like when you have this system that has manipulated interest rates, obviously you're not going to have pure profits from interest. There's going to be a level of extraction. But this only applies to systems that have derivatives of manipulated interest rates. If you don't have these manipulated interest rates, it's pure profit directly from interest. There is no surplus extraction. In that same sense that Marx has tried to describe it, it is purely a system of contractual relationship. And then even under this basis, like it's not ethically unjustified to extract surplus if it's a voluntary agreement. Like there has to be some degree of ethical justification behind it beyond subjective morality. And this is what I've been noticing a lot with the sort of leftist critiques of free markets to do with like culture or like business or racism or commodification. It's very subjective morality based. It's not really in accordance with ethical principles. It really just kind of goes down to the area that it's like, okay, well, we find these sort of outgroupings to be wrong. We find these sort of outgroupings unjustified, and it makes people worse off in society. It almost seems like a very utilitarian argument for people who claim not to be utilitarians. So, like, unless they can sort of, like, especially with the mental health stuff, like, why is a positive mental health outcome necessarily a good thing? All these ends are arbitrary. We can necessarily say that some may value mental health. So,
why? I'm not hearing an echo. Chat, am I echoing or is it Craig? I said you have an echo. Bill, talk and I'll see if you have an echo.
Yeah. Is it an echo?
Yo, chat, is it an echo or is it for Bilbo and me or is it just Craig? Confused.
Craig is echo.
It's only Craig. I have no clue.
Me. I still like only got you that.
Just Craig?
Just me.
I don't know then. I don't know what's happening. Well, like, it should be fun. What what being Scottish does to a motherfucker? Oh yeah, Craig just went on his nice little rant on interest.
What?
Oh fucking hell. Craig is echoing. I don't know why that is happening.
Am I echoing on the Zoom as well? Or like...
No, on the Zoom you're fine.
Oh.
Yeah, that's strange.
It's strange. I don't know what it is.
Do you want me to like join back? I don't.
No, I think it's something to do with the stream. I don't know what's really happening, but like, it should be fun. Play a game on stream. I don't know. Game.
Get some more people on the Zoom.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Daniel M? Where get this link from?
Daniel.
right?
Yeah. Tell Slater to join. Do math on stream.
What's up?
Should I drop a code in the VH Discord?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Get like glyph on you.
I think we should do math, yeah. Craig, what are your thoughts on Garrison's mathematical model?
Well, I mean, as soon as I could coherently interpret what the hell it's talking about, then I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be good, but at the same time, like, I understand the interpretation of Garrison's model. Like, it's the interpretation of the Austrian business cycle theory that I use. I generally know what conclusions it's going to lead to. So, like, I'm assuming with the whole PPS section, it's just going to lead to the same sort of outcomes of there's a trade-off between consumption and investment, and that trade-off must necessarily, if you want to invest in more about production structures, you have to have more real savings, and if you want to have more real savings, you have to abstain from consumption and the future and the present to have more future goods available. And then like if you want to expand these production structures to make them more complex and more economically prosperous, a longer run of a structure is projected. So like the only thing really limiting human prosperity is the desire to consume alone. But I mean, and then again, it's the same sort of thing with the loanable funds market, though. I don't know why he's using straight curves instead of like actual curves, because I mean that's what he used in the election and his lectures anyway. But I mean, I'm just assuming it's going to be generally the same conclusions, just kind of shifting by expanding fiduciary media. It shifts the sort of supply of loanable funds to the right while demand stays the same. And then these are interpreted as a higher increased demand for money and a decreased demand for investment, which then will just be invested into longer, more productive structures with more generally production processes, with more effect capital assets, so like housing markets generally. And things like this sort of ideas kind of applying to like what we see in the 08 recession is very expected, especially in the housing market, which something that's very predictable, and I think there was an Austrian who was invited to talk at the Fed just after the 08 recession because he predicted it in, I think, 19 something, 19.
No, that wasn't an Austrian who did it. It was a neoclassical. But he Austrian cycle theory predicted it happened in 08.
Yeah, no, it's very predictable that things like the housing markets were going to be inflated because they have more fixed capital assets and they're more roundabout production structures, and they take longer, which is seen as more profitable if the supply of loanable funds is increased. So if you have this sort of manipulated interest rate that's saying, okay, well, people are demanding less now and more in the future, because if you demand less now, there's going to be a consequent rise in consumption in the future, as it's the very human condition to need to consume. So if it's more profitable to make these production structures in the future, then there's necessarily, entrepreneurs are obviously going to chase the profit motive. This is their purpose as entrepreneurs, they chase the profit motive. So if you chase this profit motive, which is indicating information to the entrepreneurs, which then says, okay, well, these production structures are going to be more profitable in the future than they are now because people are abstaining from consumption and they're saving and they're investing into the loanable funds market, and they're making these loans to businesses because they have a higher demand for money. They don't want to consume right now. They want to invest more. They want more economic prosperity in the future. Then, yeah, okay, they're going to chase these more roundabout production structures. And this is why, like, rational expectations, it simply does not make sense because, like, it's okay, even if assuming rational expectations to be true, they're still acting rationally on the basis of the information that they have. So of course they're gonna follow the information that they have as entrepreneurs. That's their role as forecasters. There's no way to distinguish between, okay, well, what is this real savings distinction? What is this real time preference distinction? And what is this artificial or manipulated one? You can't distinguish between those two. That's a physical impossibility of the entrepreneur. That's not something that they're capable of doing. So, like, when you have these distinguished and artificially manipulated interest rates, which are reflecting these time preference changes and these decreases or increases in real savings, then especially if it's remained like decreased, especially like these longer production structures that are going to occur, they're not going to have enough sustainable real savings to fulfill them. So these capitals are going to have the capital that's being invested or circulated directly to these more fixed capital assets and longer production structures. They're going to have to be curtailed eventually, which just results in a depression, because these either going to have to be through like distributed to other sectors, which is then going to have to restart the productive process entirely, or it's just going to be kept as a reserve stock for substitution in other capital assets. So they're not going to be put to use in the same way that they would be in an active economy, which genuinely does have the real savings to fulfill these production processes. And all the investment that's going to be made into those production processes will be completely lost. And this is all a consequence of artificially manipulated interest rates, is like they reflect this sort of intertemporal communication in the market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have like more than a few issues with that, Chris. Let's just talk about the first of which would be, I think your response to the rational expectations critique is kind of insufficient, considering the fact that issue is less that they are unable to distinguish between real savings and the artificially, I guess, created ones that is shown via the artificially used interest rates, but rather it's the fact that this all functions off of a false understanding of the banking system in general, right? It's this idea that banks, on the first hand, are reserve constrained and, sorry, there's a lot of background noise.
A little bit.
Okay, but there's that banks are reserve constrained and require savings in order to make deposits, which isn't true. Banks aren't reserve constrained at all, and can give lines of credit without reserves on hand. A lot of times they get reserves after the fact. Not to mention, additionally, I don't see any necessity here for them to invest in more roundabout periods of production, especially if we take into account that interest rates are only one of, I'd say, like maybe 3 or 4 macro factors that actually influence the investment decisions of businesses. If those are sufficient enough to counteract the change in interest rates, I wouldn't see a necessary change in the roundaboutness of production.
I mean, with the roundaboutness of production is purely based on the indication that future production structures, when they're completed, are going to be more profitable, as consumption is generally going to increase in the future as there's a higher demand for savings as it is. But with rational expectations, it's more the idea that we can have these we have these manipulated signals, and if these manipulated signals exist, then entrepreneurs are going to function off of them and chase the profit motive and what's more profitable. But with banks, it's not necessarily the idea, especially as like a full reserver. I never understood this point that like banks are constrained by real savings. I don't agree with that at all. Actually, I think the idea of fiduciary media expanding and shifting the loanable funds itself.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I mean, like,
no one cares about your full reserve horrible theory bullshit.
No, okay. But when you expand unbacked money, okay, and you shift these loanable funds, and more people then shift the supply of loanable funds, they increase the supply of loanable funds, which then manipulates the interest rate as that sort of direct correlation. So the idea that it's constrained by savings, I don't think is a true reflection of what we're genuinely trying to say, because when you have an expansion of the credit system or the expansion of the money supply, which makes more money available and credit cheaper, then it doesn't necessarily, we're not saying that it has to be backed. We're saying, in fact, that it's unbacked, and this is the exact problem. It should be backed, as this is necessarily falsely manipulating signals, which are being anticipated as more profitable, and there's more resource availability than there actually is.
I don't think it's a problem, but yeah. Other than that,
no, I mean, how could you not think it's a problem if, like, it's incentivizing longer, more productive structures?
I think your music taste is a problem.
My music taste is great.
Your music taste is trash.
No, it's not.
I don't want to hear a full reserver talking about banking nor a PK.
Whoa. Okay, stop, Mr.
You know what's crazy? My banking like viewpoints are more mainstream than both of yours.
probably right about that, actually.
Yeah.
Probably.
No. But with MMT recently, I don't know. I'd say mine,
Oh my god.
mine might edge
Oh
yours.
my
Mine
god.
might edge yours out. Just-
MMT is just simply true.
It's simply true. Natural resource problem? Nah.
Hey,
Exactly. We're only constrained by real resources, now financial.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course.
MMT on the rise? What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, I'm gonna blow my head off. As a joke. In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. Thank you. Sammy, you here? Sammy, is that you?
Yeah.
Sammy, is that you? Can you fucking mute her, by the way? She has horrible music taste as well.
No,
Thank you,
no,
Eddie.
actually, I would reject that. I think Sammy actually has really good music. taste.
Oh, okay. All right. Craig, do you think MGK is a good rapper?
I mean, rap, not so much. I mean, it's okay, but like his punk music is better.
It's okay. Okay. Like on an okay scale, like, do you think it's better than like Uzi?
Oh, I don't like music. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. All right. So we can ban him now. His taste is solidified to be bad.
I don't like music. No.
My music taste is number one always. By the way.
I don't know. Slater's is kind of better than yours, to be honest.
Oh my God, you just hate to be like right. Apparently.
I hate to be right. That's rich coming from a fractional reserver.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Did a full reserver
Oh,
just
God.
talk about being wrong? Okay.
Crazy.
The PK talking about heterogeneous capital.
When PKs accept heterogeneous capitals and were the foremost critics of neoclassical capital theory. Okay.
Mhm.
Got to brush up on your PK theory, Scott.
No, I knew you guys support heterogeneous capital. Oh my God.
Mhm.
It's just a meme because you guys are stupid.
True.
Can you like substantiate that?
Can I substantiate that Keynesians are stupid?
Yeah.
Post Keynesian.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah,
tautological.
post Keynesians.
It's tautological, actually. Post implies that you are 1 point wrong, but also post now implies now with the connotations in society that you're still wrong. For instance, post scarcity.
Not at all, but keep going.
Oh, really? Post scarcity.
That's
People who believe in post scarcity are that wrong.
MMT will lead us to a post scarcity society.
So true.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man, I really don't see anything wrong with MMT, to be honest. It just seems pretty
It's
true.
because it's just right.
Yeah.
Just is.
I mean, Alex, what's wrong with it, man? Like,
I can't say anything.
all that matters is the real resources. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
like we can just print money as long as we're not bidding away resources from the private sector, and we're not going to get price.
Didn't Bob Murphy shit on MMT recently?
Are you
with his
trusting a
reply
full
to-
reserve banker on money?
I
and
know.
banking?
I
Okay.
know.
Okay. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I
You should
know.
just
But
Okay.
I'm almost positive he did shit on
you're a
Stephanie's
bit of
book.
Wasn't Bob Murphy the one that absolutely got murked in that debate with Mosler?
Yeah.
Or-
I don't know.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. That doesn't need to be discussed.
That was a great debate. It was fun. It was
Wait, what debate?
the Mosler Bob Murphy one. Oh, you need to watch that, Scott. You need to watch that.
I don't think I've seen it.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't need to watch that. That does not.
You know, he kind of was losing it. He was kind of losing on econ too to fucking David Friedman, buddy. Oh my God.
Dude, David Friedman-
Wait, he lost. He lost twice to Selgin. Just saying.
God, I hate Selgin so much.
I
He's so
love him.
smug.
Dude. He's so yeah. It's because he's smug. Bob Murphy. Oh my God.
Didn't he lose like some random guy who wrote like the Bitcoin standard or something? Like on
No.
Bitcoin money?
No. I think maybe
He
on the
lost that
Soho
debate.
forum they voted otherwise, but he won that debate for sure.
And when it comes to banking, like Selgin is insane. Like I'll even admit that, even though I'm strongly against free banking.
I think Selgin's just right.
Strongly against fake banking.
Don't worry,
my
guys.
God.
Markets are just unstable because they are. Trust me, bro.
It's true. It's true.
Source, trust me, bro.
Also, in part, deregulation, Scott, of the financial markets.
Oh my God! Shut up! Oh my God! There was not even deregulation at the time. Well,
Yeah,
there
there
was
was.
some no some of
Wow,
that.
already
But-
backing up on it. Wow,
But there was more
backpedaling.
regulation actually put in.
No, it's responding to specific pieces of deregulation. I could care less if some regulation.
Yeah, I know. I had the
It's
same
the
talk. I had the
primary-
same talk with another person. I had the same talk with another
Is his
person.
name Teddy?
Who, Teddy?
No, it wasn't Teddy. It wasn't Teddy. It was someone on the Discord.
So, all right, we don't need to respond to any of Hasib's points. Everyone based in Monkey Pill knows fine well why he likes command economies now.
Craig.
Avi's a command economy guy? What's going on?
Craig. It's time for you to stop talking.
All I'm saying, MMTers are just like essentially, there's like the commissars coping, to be honest.
Dude, Steve's whole thing fucking runs on adjusted rate mortgages, causing the Great Recession.
I have empirical
You guys don't
data.
even use
What,
empirical
Alex?
data. You guys are
What?
Misesian. Shut up. Be a traditional Misesian. Get away.
Assassins are cringe.
Well, no, you could.
Yeah,
Misa said you
you're
could
dumb.
still
You're
use like
so dumb.
empirical examples to
no,
illustrate
Steve,
points.
you're
No,
dumb.
hold on. No, he said you could use the empirical example to illustrate points. They just wouldn't prove anything.
Yeah,
Rothbard. It would be like Rothbard that would say.
Yeah, Silver. That's why I said traditional Misesian, not just a Misesian, right?
The fuck are the traditional Misesians not Misesians? The fuck kind of point
Yeah,
is this,
exactly.
Scott?
Maybe a form.
doesn't- I think the point-
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
totally.
dude.
Misesian.
Scott, has anyone ever told you that you're a dumbass?
Hoppa
Maybe.
called himself a Misesian.
Yeah, Hoppa. Well, yeah, Hoppa's just right. Except
No, he's
Oh my God.
not on a lot of stuff.
I know.
Hop
honestly.
thinks that the
I mean,
human
the idea behind it would be that it doesn't demonstrate anything absolutely like a priori. It wouldn't demonstrate anything as an absolute claim. If you're talking like purely in an empirical status, then yeah, it would demonstrate history. That's the point of
Yeah.
empirical
Yeah,
data is to
but
demonstrate
not to
history, not
agree.
an absolute a priori claim.
Yeah, but
Who the
not
fuck are you talking to?
that if the claim or conclusion being drawn is one not visibly discerned or ascertained by the previously established axioms, and two is not qualified by a ceteris paribus clause, I see absolutely no reason why it can't be falsified by empirical evidence. Like,
Well, I
if
mean,
those two
yeah,
conditions
well,
are in place, if those
that's
two
why there's
Well,
a-
because the things are, they would
Yeah,
be
hold on,
analytical. They'd be analytical, right? So
No. In that case, no. I'm talking about the conclusion specifically drawn. They wouldn't necessarily have to be analytical. Like the conclusion.
okay. I
If
thought you were meaning the a priori.
If the conclusions drawn are what do you call it? Or one not visibly ascertained by established axioms, and two aren't qualified by ceteris paribus claims, like the law of demand, for example. You can't falsify the law of demand with empirical evidence. Sorry about the background. You can't falsify the law of demand with empirical evidence because of the fact that the law of demand is a ceteris paribus claim that can never be replicated in the
Did
real
you just
world.
say ceteris paribus?
Yeah, ceteris. I don't know how you pronounce it. When all things are equal. Yeah,
Ceteris?
either way. But yeah, so if it's not qualified by all things kept equal, then yeah, I don't see any reason why.
Like general equilibrium theory? Just saying.
General
No,
equilibrium
I mean,
theory,
hold on.
It never happened in the real world? Just saying.
It's like
yeah, I agree. General equilibrium theory sucks. It's almost like Hayek used general equilibrium theory in his first formulation of the business cycle.
Ooh, it's not like he was the first one to formulate the business cycle. Yeesh. Didn't Keynes write about one
hold
too, though? Oh,
hold on.
with a
let's see,
selling
like,
interest rate?
with your first.
When did I ever say I liked Keynes' business cycle theory?
I'm not saying so. I was asking you a question.
Okay then.
Hold on, though. See, like with your first point there about falsification, wouldn't like the very existence of synthetic a priori as not like an analytical claim?
They
but
don't
like an
exist.
absolute claim?
Yeah, I reject
Shut
the
up.
existence of
Shut
synthetic
up.
Oh
No,
my
but
god,
Craig,
dude.
seriously, I reject the existence of synthetic a priori claims.
Yeah, can you give an
No,
example?
so,
Can you give an
well,
example? Just one.
if you're talking, the action axiom is.
That's
so
not introspective.
What?
That's not what is it? Introspective. Or
I mean,
having to do with like your perceptions of your own existence. Right.
Well, it's based upon the reflection upon your own subject. It's not proven explicitly by a formal means of logic. You to know what action is first, you must reflect upon your own subject to understand the meaning of action.
Wouldn't that be empirical? Yeah, isn't that the
not
whole
the-
reason Rothbard considered that empirical? Besides
I mean,
the rejection of
reflecting
synthetic
upon your
a
own
priori?
subject, reflecting upon your own subject doesn't necessitate experience. It's something categorically presupposed in the subject's existence itself in order to
That
be
would
a
be
subject.
analytical then, because the whole thing.
Yeah, that would be
synthetic-
analytical.
the
That'd
whole
be
thing with
tautological.
synthetic a priori, like for example, 3 + 2 = 5. The reason Kant considered that synthetic was because the number 5 was not included in the definitions of either predicate 3 or 2.
No, I mean, it's not included in the definition. It's not a predicate of anything. Like, the very existence of an actor doesn't predicate or imply anything about action. Like, just being a being doesn't mean that you have to act until you reflect upon your own subject to understand the meaning of action, and then look at your experiences to say that, okay, well, I know implicitly at least that I act because I can reflect upon my own subject to see these. But this doesn't necessitate experience. It's just something
this is
implicitly
what people
conceived within the subject.
I think you're now mixing up the difference between analytical and what Rothbard called the empirical axiom
Rothbard's definition
of human action.
I don't like it.
No, I mean, it's the idea behind it is just that it doesn't necessitate experience. You don't have to experience anything to know that it's true. There doesn't have to be any pretext of experience to know that it's true. It's just something that's praxeologically unimaginable to say that, okay, well, we don't act, but this also can't be proven specifically.
Yeah, but to be thinking,
Craig,
yeah, but that's still empirical because you'd be thinking of a.
Not just that, but Craig, that the definition you gave is completely consistent with an analytic claim. That it does not need any experience to be true.
No, I mean, if you can't prove it sufficiently by a formal means of logic, it says physically can't be analytic. It's outside of the definitional predicate
Can't
itself.
prove 2 + 3 = 5 with logic?
We're not talking about mathematics. We're talking about the action axiom.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Well, with regard to the action axiom, like Craig, you're just saying that you can introspectively discern that people act. I agree, but that's not the action axiom. The action axiom is that action is purposeful, and then he adds qualifications that conscious action is purposeful and rational, right? But if it is,
I agree that I agree that conception of the action axiom itself. I mean, I don't know if that's explicitly how it was stated, because how it's been formatted is generally just that man acts. But if you're talking about purposeful action, as I've already said, I think that's analytic. I think that it's derived purely from the definition of action. But it's the action axiom, the idea that man acts has to be reflected upon by the subject itself, which doesn't necessitate experience, is categorically presupposed by any meaning of anything. I think is an epistemological foundation. But at the same time, I also don't think that it can be proven empirically, as it's not an observable magnitude. It's something that can only reside within the subject and not outside of the subject itself.
Wait, so the observation of people acting, I'm pretty sure even Mises, I believe it was Kersner? I don't know. I think Mises told someone that
it was Lachman.
What was Lachman? Yeah, that by observation he was able to ascertain that the human action axiom is
yeah, and then Lachman goes, so it's empirical, and the conversation just ended. Because I think that was a post on Lord Keynes talking about that. Maybe it was Kersner, and they were talking about it being synthetic a posteriori.
Yeah, I remember reading this one book. I think it was a Kersner.
Yeah, which Rothbard admits it to being empirical, while also denying the possibility of synthetic a priori, because he takes Aristotle.
Yeah, no, I completely reject the idea that action is ever any observable magnitude. Bodily movement.
Can you prove it?
Like action.
Can you prove it?
What do you mean? Can I prove it? Like, prove what? That I'd reject that action is observable?
Yeah, substantiate why action is observable.
Because action as like a definitional meaning is well transformed into agency. You can't specifically distinguish by observation alone which action is purposeful and which is instinctive. You have to reflect upon your own subject and know the meaning of action. So it's something that can only reside by reflection. Yeah,
but don't you learn that through experience?
Not necessarily. I would say it's something that the subject
not necessarily.
I wouldn't say it's something that any subject has to learn. It's something that implicitly resides within the nature of a subject itself by its very existence.
Real quick, the whole point about that you just made about will transforming into action, then it does go into the whole purposeful thing, does it not? Because
Yeah.
to imply will.
Yeah, that
so
then
then if
makes
it
its
goes into
analytic
that,
deduction, but that was just the response to why action isn't observable. Like, you can't observe specifically that bodily movements are being purposeful or well transformed into agency. That's not something that's of an observable
You
magnitude.
can observe your own action. That's how a lot of praxeology was basically
Yeah.
discovered. People, Rothbard and Mises were like, "Hey, I act this way. Other people act in a similar way." Like, the idea that you can't observe action, I think it's plausible that you can't observe action for anyone other than yourself, but since you can observe your own action, I think it's definitely observable. You can observe anything that you do, and you'll know that it's purposeful because you have purpose behind your action.
The bodily movements in which you move about isn't necessarily action itself. So this is my point. It's not that it's like physically that you can't observe bodily movements, as there's a distinct line between what action is and where you can discern what is action, what is well transformed into agency, and what is that reflexes or instincts. You can only do that with
it's
the
what's used
subject
as a
itself.
means to an end. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't specifically say for any action that's outside of
But
yourself.
for yourself, you can, right?
Can you not
Thinking
Yeah,
about
exactly.
this conversation is a means to an end. So this is
Yes.
empirical.
So I mean, if you classify reflecting upon your own subject as
Yes,
empirical,
yes,
then
that's one of
sure,
yeah. So that's one
that's-
of the problems with the people with synthetic, is the idea of I think I said introspection, right? The people looking within. That
yeah,
is
but
still
this is
empirical.
that's what synthetic is. It doesn't require experience to reflect upon your own subject.
yeah, I'd say
You
it's
don't have to
less
physically
introspection.
experience it.
I'd say it's less introspection, more retrospectively looking back at on yourself and realizing that you are transforming will into action. At which point
Yeah.
you are examining past experience, and since it is experience that's being examined, it would be empirical.
I mean, but the idea behind it is that you don't necessarily even need to act, or you must know what action is before you even act. This is the idea behind everything. All knowledge presupposes this knowledge of action itself, to know what it is, to know what, at least implicitly. You don't have to explicitly know this, but the thing is, you can, as a subject, exist without the categorical understanding of action already implicitly residing within the subject. So if this doesn't implicitly reside, that can't if it's even drawn out by experience, sure. But this doesn't mean it's empirical. It just means that this is influencing the way to draw out this knowledge that implicitly already resides.
Wait, so really quick though, did you not make the qualification earlier that quality of it being synthetic a priori was that it cannot be ascertained empirically?
Yeah, I don't believe that action can be ascertained empirically, at least
But
not
then
for other people.
Just now, did you not agree that you can retrospectively look back and ascertain that you acted via
This conversation so
a conversion of your will to act?
No, you're mixing up empirically as a reflection upon your own subject, and or empirically as an
That's what
observing
some people
other
consider as
movement.
empirical.
That I wouldn't even agree with that to begin with.
Yeah,
Reflection upon your
disagree.
own subject doesn't necessitate experience of action to begin with.
You can't disagree that other people use that or use empirical to mean that, right? Like,
Yeah, but that's not a definition of empirical. That's empirical.
Yes,
Like an
sure. This is why this conversation's done, right? Yes, because you believe in synthetic a priori, and yet you believe the action axiom to be analytical anyway.
I believe that purposeful action is analytical, not the idea that humans act.
Well, sure.
But,
Yeah.
but then, okay, real quick. Purposeful action is analytical because, okay, never mind. I'm never going to go because earlier did you not?
By definition, action is purposeful.
Yeah. So then I was just to argue that the fact that humans act would.
What the fuck?
Oh, did he? Oh. Well.
What?
Just Scott. That
Anyway, just get dunked on.
That deregulation of the
Craig is
financial
gone.
markets, huh?
Yeah, I'm all for it, buddy. Let me be who I want to be.
Yeah.
When's the book coming out?
The book is coming out tomorrow.
I don't hold you to it.
Yeah, right, dude. I'm gonna listen to a
agree, Sammy.
14-year-old.
You gotta
So
come,
true.
Sammy. You gotta come in and start up the conversation. You can't just blame this all on us. You're in the
Pan's face cam. Yeah.
I like
Did you
that
just
G.
notice?
like it. I like the ginger. I like the
Oh
ginger.
man,
Virtual slap.
Not as ginger anymore.
please.
It's better than before.
It's
Wait, does it get redder as it like grows?
Yeah.
yeah, of course.
That's how it works, really?
No, I mean probably for him.
Really?
Sadly, yeah.
Oh my god. Sadly,
Although
no,
actually,
dude, you're a king.
actually
you're
not
a king,
sadly.
Sam.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, you're a king. Yeah, you're
It's
a
a
king.
good thing because as long as I cut my hair, I can stay minimally ginger.
Look at it. Look at his fucking house, though. Oh my
Crazy,
god.
crazy how it used to be.
This man
blonde, huh?
lives in L.A. Oh my god. Pan, fly me out.
Yeah, you want to come visit?
Look
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Why?
at that. Look
I'm
at
not
that
at Harvard right now,
beach.
though. We're on break.
Doesn't even apply yet. You
Pan,
fucking
you
liar.
Shut the fuck up.
This guy.
Say if he thinks Pan goes to fucking Harvard.
Hey
Oh,
man, if
correct
people
him,
want to
man.
think I'm going to Harvard, they can think I'm going to Harvard. I don't. see
Yeah, but
any
no, you're
harm.
setting your expectations so fucking low, buddy. She probably thinks Craig is some sort of genius for believing in full reserve. Anyway,
I mean, he
hey
is.
Craig,
That's
what's up,
what
But I
he
buddy?
am right, but I am some sort of genius, so it makes sense
Ah,
to
yeah,
assume
well,
I'm
yeah,
going
yeah.
to Harvard because
Calls
I
himself
am.
a genius is an empiricist. Yeah,
Dang.
right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Kinsella. Talk to you later.
You can empirically verify my intelligence.
Oh really? For
Uh,
what?
Can
An
I?
Yeah, I
IQ
took a
test?
IQ test, GPA, any measure you want.
Hey,
Oh,
measure
GPA,
2.8
like in high
Didn't you
school?
say you have a
GPA
low
in high
GPA
school?
Like
in
high
high
school, or like college. You know, I'd say college GPA
Doesn't
is more
count 'cause you take
relevant.
poli
Cherry
sci.
picking.
Doesn't
Yeah,
Well,
count.
I
if you
took
had
a
poli
graduate-
sci.
I took a graduate level math class. Let the record show.
You took
Oh my
one
God,
class.
What
You
was
took
that?
one
What
Okay,
was that?
class, sure.
Like the
but-
logic one?
Yeah, the logic one.
Dude,
But
you took one difficult class for 4 years of college? That's pretty impressive,
okay,
bro.
some of the poli sci classes weren't super easy. Only most of them.
It's just because they had writing in it, Pan.
Dude, it's literally poli sci. What do you?
Well, the
Yeah.
constitutional law classes I had were not.
Dude, go take
cheap
a
one.
go get like a 4.0 in a STEM major, bro.
Okay.
C's
Oh,
get degrees
STEM
over
major.
here.
Yeah, STEM majors are humanities majors are just as smart as STEM majors.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, that's
Ooh,
definitely going to be a
debatable.
lawyer.
Debatable.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Obviously,
Imagine
I'm a
unironically.
STEM pick me. They're vastly superior to humanities majors.
Honestly, thank you,
That's
thank you.
true.
Like,
it is true.
I'll concede. I concede.
I'm superior to everybody. It's true.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll
This is-
concede. I'll concede.
CS is just by far the worst STEM major, though, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yes.
too bad I'm not
Calling
in
CS a STEM major.
Yeah. It's technology, I guess. Yeah.
I guess, but
Yeah, it's science too. Yeah.
Computer science.
yeah.
That's true.
Well,
It's
Political-
engineering as
what about
well.
political
You know,
science.
It has
political
math
science
as
is
well.
science.
That's kind of crazy. Maybe it makes up all fucking four. Fucking losers.
Oh, well, by that logic, I could argue the same thing. Poli sci is political science. It involves.
No, Pam. What I'm talking about, CS is literally in some departments mathematics.
It's considered a
Yeah, but
school.
Oh, you could argue the same about political science.
Yeah, it's in a math department, isn't it? Shut up.
Yeah.
It's in a history department. You guys are nerds. Go read a book.
A major calling other people nerds. That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Oh my
so
God.
true.
Yeah, but too bad I'm not reading the Leviathan. Oh my goodness, status. Get away from me.
Yeah, you're gonna read the Fluttering Veil or some shit instead.
That's based in red pill.
You know what it is based on Red Pill? The general theory.
Oh my God.
Made
Actually,
quite an
14 and
impression.
drunk.
Only book that I'm
Where
trying to
is
read
it?
is the Turner Diaries, bro.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. I don't know who these guys are. I don't know how I'm here.
I don't know any of those places.
It's an Austrian doomer guy. I don't know who he is. Never met him. Don't know who he is.
Don't want to meet him.
Yeah, don't want to meet him.
Officer,
I mean, he's got a
don't
deep
know this
fried
guy.
profile picture, so he must be a sort of badass.
Oh, you
That's
heard
pretty
that,
true.
officer.
Yeah, Pan's affiliated with him. I don't know what
No,
happened
but
with
I'm
him.
serious. Craig's music taste is absolute shite.
No, it's
No, I
not.
don't know.
Yes. Oh my God,
Saying that
Craig,
he
name your top
how is
5.
liking Arctic Monkeys shite? And also, can't we call it shit? We're Americans here. Come on.
Yeah, sorry, Pan. So yeah, Arctic Monkeys. What a
Pretty
fucking
good.
controversial pick. Not at all.
I don't care
It's a
if
good
it's
take, but it's
controversial or
not
It doesn't
not.
need
It's
to be
fucking amazing.
controversial. Yeah.
Sure, but listen to his others. Go to Craig. What's your other?
What,
Give
what
me
do
some
you
of your
mean?
top music taste.
I have like incredible music taste. Like what is this whole
Yeah.
thing with
Who's
Little
else?
Peep? What is wrong with Little Peep? I don't understand.
Everything.
Oh my God! There you go, Pan. Defend that one.
I don't even know who that is. I can't.
No,
Exactly.
Peep isn't bad.
You don't
like,
know who Lil Peep
necessarily.
Didn't
is?
he like kill himself
Bro,
like 2
like-
years ago?
No.
Holy shit!
Yeah, wait, yeah, isn't
Bro.
that
There
Yeah,
is
he did.
there's
Really?
nothing
reason I
wrong
know
with my
him?
music
It's
taste. Like
sensitive
the
topic.
Neighborhood, the Smiths, Coldplay, Clario, Tyler the Creator.
Wait, Craig
Joe
is
J.
bi.
Okay.
I don't know.
Craig is
like,
bi?
Craig is
no,
bi.
man.
So
So
true.
true.
Craig, happy coming out day, buddy.
I can't
Oh,
call
God.
it. Yeah. Congrats.
Bro,
I
we
can't
just
call
outed
anyone
him.
music
I feel
taste.
bad.
He already has the Caddy headset.
My
so he
music taste
basically-
is kind of the best.
Okay, what's your favorite band, Scott? Let's hear it.
his music? His
favorite band?
It
Pink
better
Floyd.
be
Pink
some
Floyd.
band I don't know, or else.
No, it's Pink
sorry,
Floyd.
you're
It's
crazy.
Pink Floyd for sure.
Wow.
For
What a
sure.
controversial- What a
Bad.
controversial first pick.
Yeah, thank you, Pan. Thank you. Don't you go to
Yeah.
fucking Harvard? Oh
I
my
don't think
God.
I
You're a
do. I
layup,
don't think
dude. You're a
anyone's ever
layup.
heard of Pink Floyd. That's a
Yeah,
nice.
Pan actually got
band.
accepted to Harvard,
He's
declined it, and now he's going
underground.
back to it.
Yeah.
He's a Harvard dropout.
I mean, I can't. A lot of people are.
I'm a Harvard dropout myself, actually.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, I
Yeah.
can't really insult people's favorite music for being too bland because I like Portugal the Man. So
Actually, the man is good.
I know.
Yeah,
And
Pan-
I
That's why
don't know
he's my
that one
favorite.
song from that.
Pan's a pretty big Lumineers fan. So don't go stressing.
Are
And if you guys don't
I
know
don't know
Lumineers,
if I'd say a
oh my
big
God.
Lumineers fan, but they're okay.
All right, yeah. My girlfriend keeps showing me folk music. Like I just give a fuck. I don't. By
Lumineers
the
is-
way.
Wait, your girlfriend listened to folk music and she voted Biden? What the fuck?
Yo,
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's really common. What?
What? Is it?
Yeah, folk
Oh.
music. Yeah, modern folk music is the hippies and the leftists.
That's not folk. Oh, Lumineers aren't folk music. They're
Yeah,
like
they are.
soft. What? They're like indie.
Yeah, indie folk.
Is that a thing?
Thing that goes together.
Yeah, it has to be.
Oh, Ophelia. They do Ophelia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That song.
That's like the
bangs,
one
though.
of two songs
It's
I know.
so
from-
good.
Yeah. Like, I think that's a
Yeah,
great.
folk rock band. I don't know. Ho hey. That's another
Oh,
big
hey,
one.
it's good.
Yeah, those are the only two songs I know.
Yeah, that's not folk at all.
Yeah, they look up Lumineers.
It's kind of like
Lumineers are an American folk rock band based in
Uh,
Denver, Colorado, dude.
don't believe everything you
founding
read online.
members.
Don't believe everything you read
Wikipedia.
online.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Why
Oh,
should
it's
I believe your?
just saying, by the way, but
Yeah, your opinion.
you're all like,
Sorry.
yeah, you're all really sleeping on like post Oasis Liam Gallagher. Like that music fucking slaps. I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
We like Little Peep. Shut up. Your music taste.
Invalid.
Yeah.
debunked.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that's already been
Debunked.
debunked.
You've been
already
debunked
been
by
debunked.
the
my
experts
my
team.
opinion
I
on
checked.
music should be more
You got
valid.
debunked.
I checked reddit.com.
Guys, why are you hating on debunkers? They make society go round.
Pan, are you a
And
debunker?
is a debunker. oh
Pan
my
the
god.
Yeah,
debunker.
Pan does look like a debunker. Pan's the
I-
35-year-old debunker.
I'm okay.
You
Well,
happen to live in
Dude,
your
if Pan had wrinkles, he'd probably look like one of your uncles that never had kids.
maybe
Man, let me
someday
see
I
your
will be.
face.
And you never know.
Do you have siblings, Pan?
Yeah.
Alright,
I
there you
feel
go.
like you have 5.
I
feel like you
have
a lot of
one.
siblings.
So
Oh shit.
pretty close.
Yeah,
I have
Scott
seven.
guy, he's a real
Oh, you're
genius.
far off.
In case you couldn't
Okay.
tell.
Yeah, I'm a STEM major.
Computer science, but
Fuck you. Oh my god.
How do
You
you
turn
all
to be
think
a
one
friend.
You know, Pan, for
Shut
someone
up.
that's supposed to be on like the left and be super progressive, you're not very inclusive.
Yeah.
what do you
Kind of
mean?
racist.
You're kind of marginalizing the CS majors here, man.
Yeah, what's that new
Um,
Spanish word you learned, Pan, by the way?
What? Oh,
That new
I already
Spanish word?
forgot it. And besides, I don't believe in slurs.
I don't
They're
believe
very
in
demeaning.
slurs.
No, they're very demeaning. I don't think they should be used ever. So I refrain.
I'm gonna say ginger with the hard R, dude.
Okay, well, that would be. You know, I've got.
You
thick
can't
skin,
say
so
that
you
word.
can say it, but
I'm actually ginger
would
myself.
appreciate it.
This is all just like one huge projection, guys.
I don't think that's true.
How do you know that? Like,
Source?
is that analytical or is that like a posteriori?
So apparently, gingers and redheads are different. My girlfriend had to tell me.
Yeah,
that.
it's ugly and uglier.
No. It's
Thank you,
it's ugly and
14-year-old
not
drum
ugly.
player.
It's
God,
ugly and
dude.
not
Hold
ugly.
on.
If you're not
Ginger
ugly, you're a
versus
redhead. If you're ugly, you're a
redhead.
ginger.
Uh,
Also, gingers typically have a lot of freckles.
I thought all
on their
redheads were
face.
ginger.
Yeah, my girlfriend has a lot of freckles, but she's a redhead.
No, so like
Apparently, you could be both, but you can also just be a ginger, or you could be a redhead.
yeah, that's why I'm like half ginger, because like I've got reddish hair, but I don't have many freckles. Well, I mean I do, but
What?
like I have a lot of freckles, but they're not like I don't know.
got off lucky.
Wait, you
Yeah,
have
I
to
did.
have freckles to be ginger?
Freckles are fun.
That's
I'd
pretty
say so.
common, yeah.
I'd say so, yeah. In order to be a full ginger, yeah, you have
It's like to be Sammy, you have to be stupid.
Yeah, because I mean
Oh,
I
wow.
have
True.
That was hilarious.
Got him.
Yo, Alec with
Thank
the
you.
fucking is that Marxist
Leninist
Marx
Marx.
Engels fucking Mao Lenin Stalin. That's pretty big.
based. Wait, two Alex?
You have Alex
you
and
guys not
Alec.
know?
And now get Alex
Alex is-
debates.
Alec is
Now
a
we know all
Marxist
the
Leninist
Alex.
now.
Is he?
Who's Alex? I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah, me neither.
He's like
He's
anarcho-
basically one of my fan pages. Don't really worry about it. He's like the next
Unbanned.
Glyph.
Where is Scott fan page?
Oh, we
Oh,
need Scott
where?
fan page.
Yes, Scott
Can I
fan
get the
page.
link to Scott fan page?
Get her in.
Wait, yeah, me too. She's at a party
No,
right
because she's gonna dox everybody. Oh
She's
my
not
god.
gonna
Oh my
dox
God.
anybody. Oh my god, this is so
Well, to be
hateful.
fair,
This
to
is
be fair,
propaganda.
You guys
To
accuse
be
Ozzy-
fair,
everyone.
it did all
Ozzy-
start in a
Ozzy-
Zoom call. It was
yeah, Ozzy did send somebody's name out. So
Who's
Oh my
Ozzy?
god, that's not doxing.
Was it
personal
purposeful,
info.
or did she just
Yeah,
say
it was.
Silver's
It was.
name?
It was to fan page. No, it was to fan page.
He said it to someone that's a fucking doxer. That's the issue.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Hang on, no, I'm glad your face cam's on. I want to see you think around this, all right? So
You can see the
because-
gears turning.
yeah.
Guys,
Because
I can
genetic-
I can guarantee you that Ozzy did not dox Silver to fan page. I
She
can
did though. No, hold on.
Yeah,
We're
no,
in
I
no,
can
you're
guarantee
probably
that
right.
too.
You're
I can
probably
guarantee that as
right.
well.
We're
I
in
can guarantee
DC,
that.
and then she
You're
goes,
probably right.
wait,
You're
I
probably
just
right.
said her name, but I didn't know she didn't know, and then she backed up on it
No,
again,
okay.
and then she
Well, if
backed
she
up on it
didn't
again.
know, then she didn't know.
She's
Yeah,
saying
but she's
my full
telling
fucking
fan page.
name. She's telling
I can
a doxer
confirm
my
because
full
I
fucking
am
name.
No,
Ozzy.
you guys, what's so wrong with telling fan page?
Everything.
She's a doxer.
She's
She's
a
a
doxer,
doxer.
dude.
She
Doesn't
doxed.
Fanpage already know your name, Silver?
She doxed
No,
one.
she didn't. No, she didn't.
I think she did.
No, she didn't.
But you said
Fine.
she
Yeah,
doxed
after she doxed him already. Jesus
Yeah, well, no,
Christ.
Then why would it matter if Ozzy?
no.
does
Okay, so
You're right.
nobody
You're right.
knew my
Why would-
name
why would
except
we
for the
support
people in the
the
group
doxer?
chat nuggets, right? And then I joined a
Accidentally
Zoom with
saying-
Alex and like Papa John and Ozzy, and then Ozzy's the only person that talks to what the fuck's his face?
Fan page.
Bitch
Look,
nigga.
I
Yeah.
can
Yeah,
I
fan
can
page.
guarantee on my life.
No,
on my
Pan,
life-
Pan. No, I want you to.
I
I
can
want you
too,
to
I can
defend.
too.
I want you to defend Scott fan page. Though I want you to defend my fan page from doxing generic. And I want to. I want
Okay.
to see you
And
when you do it.
Anders and
generic is
almost
dead.
doxing Bilva.
Sure. So
Oh,
generic is
true,
dead,
and-
so it was a victimless crime.
Well, at the time he was
Oh.
alive, so there
Well, at
was
the time he was alive. Yeah.
I
Ex
thought
post factor.
at the time he was alive, but we have no way of knowing that the docs affected him before his death. So
Well, yeah, we do
Maybe
though.
he's the
We
reason
do
he
though. Wait,
died.
hold on. We do
what,
though.
what negative effects did generic
Because when I was talking to generic, right, back when he was alive, obviously
Right.
he's dead now.
Rest in peace.
He was the one that
peace.
informed me about it. He was the one that informed me about it. He
Yo,
sent
Yeah.
Sammy, why the fuck isn't the link to Scott fan page?
as
She can
What?
join.
yes.
Yeah,
Stanny.
She can
No,
do
let's talk.
Let her
to-
join. Let her join. Let her
Yeah,
join.
Let's talk to
Let her-
Jade.
let
Let's
her-
talk to Jade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let her defend
Jade,
herself. Let her
Jade,
defend
Yeah,
herself.
So true.
I'm gonna give Jade a warm welcome and apologize for all
Wait,
the
wait,
things
bring
I
Sammy
said.
back. Bring Sammy back.
Yeah.
We'll let him back. Who's Alec? Who's this Alec bitch who joins and keeps muting his mic? Dude, you're a faggot.
So true.
Oh
right.
my God,
Is it
bro.
Ostro Alec?
Is it Oscar?
Yeah, it's Ostro Alec. You guys are just
Alex.
nerds.
Like
How many other people do you know named Alec?
There's like
Justin.
6 million people named
It's a
Alex.
common
Alex.
name, dude. Oh my God.
I mean, all right.
We have
you-
Alex, Alec.
it's not like Pan, you know. The only other Pan I know is like sexual
But it's
or
not
something.
Alex. It's Alec. I
Oh,
know
that's a
like
cousin.
one
Yeah, but
person.
there's
in real
like
name.
there's a ton of variations
Yeah.
of Alec and Alex.
Silvertooth is violent.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly.
That's pretty true.
He's allowed to be violent, but a harmless dox is like apparently against the rules.
Harmless dogs. On
Harmless.
A harmless dog. Hey,
Harmless.
you know, go ahead. Get a whiteboard out.
generic
Write down
trash.
your
Ask-
name.
look,
Write down your
volunteer-
number.
Okay. And fan
Papa
page will be
John
unbanned?
reasoning.
And yeah, I'll unban her if you show it to the
No,
screen.
don't unban fan page. Don't
Yeah,
do that.
write down your name, your address, your number,
John,
all
I
the
posted
personal
today.
info.
God damn you.
Wait,
Papa
Fan
John.
page just enter the waiting room.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let her join. Let her join.
Jade, you're back. We
Yeah,
missed
guys,
you.
I'm actually about a docs fan page. Don't
I
worry
missed you.
about it.
I missed
Hey,
you.
Alex, can you let me
I
screen
missed you,
share for a
fan
second?
page.
Oh my god, Papa.
Oh no!
Let's
Look at Kanye West.
Whoa, Kanye in the Zoom.
Alright, you can screen share.
See Kanye.
Jade, how's it going? Aren't you at a party for sure?
You have 10 seconds to talk or you kicked.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi,
Bruh.
3
Bruh.
Mississippi, 4
That counts as
Mississippi,
talking.
5 Mississippi.
She talked. She
6
talked.
Mississippi.
No.
Yo, doxing Baker.
Baker Ellis. This guy's that you in the background of that? Who was that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And are you still writing?
Yeah, he's writing his name and address.
He actually lives in like the middle of fucking nowhere.
What's
dude.
happening?
Fuck, you can't
No
say it.
one's
I can't
going
see
to
it.
Arizona
I
and
can't
robbing
see it.
Pan. Wait, let it
I know where
focus.
Pan
Just
lives.
It's okay. Wait, I gotta write it in reverse. Let me.
It's backwards.
Yeah. I'll write it
Yo,
in
what a
reverse.
legend. He's writing it in
Wait,
reverse.
this man's name is Logan.
Logan.
He actually does look like a
Logan.
Logan.
That's
I
such
could
a
really.
dope name for Pan. What the hell? This man goes, yeah, I want to be called Pan. What's your name? Oh yeah, my name's Pan.
Faucet is Pan.
Hi, Papa John.
Fan page is here. Why don't you guys just talk to fan page?
A fan page.
Wait, did you kick Sammy?
Yeah, fan page.
Yeah, I think that's saying.
A fan page.
Why is this guy?
Why would you report generic to the FBI?
What?
And like generic, you know, just because he brought the Turner Diaries does not mean you need to report him to the FBI.
Oh my
Like, it's not
god.
that people
Okay,
kill him.
okay.
Wait,
I can't believe you would do this fan page.
Generic is dead because of you. How do you feel?
no,
Yeah, you
No.
did this.
no, I didn't.
Yeah, you did this.
No,
Yeah, you know
doxed
Bilba.
him
Yeah,
and then
I just
put
got
his
news that
address.
Bilba is dead.
Ooh, this sounds unsubstantiated.
me and him are good.
He's dead. What do you mean
Dead.
you're good?
He's not.
He's dead. You killed him.
Can't be bad.
Maybe
for a
he
dead
was
person.
good.
Now he's now he can't be good anymore. He's gone. He's dead. You
Yeah.
killed him.
No,
He's Gonzo.
6 feet under.
he told me that he isn't dead.
Well, it's not
You
true.
see, it's not true.
He DM'd me.
Ah,
What the
What
hell?
the fuck is going on?
John, what do you expect?
All right. Let's see if I did the.
is your
No,
average
you
Papa
don't
John
have
enjoy?
to.
I
Not
should
your
have
fan.
wrote it backwards
You'd
correctly.
rather
It
like
doesn't matter
it-
because
it doesn't
fan
matter.
page is still not getting
I
unbanned.
did.
You said, yeah, he said that he did.
Going back on his
Yeah,
words.
we'll
There we
unban her
go,
and then we'll ban her again.
Hey, that's not bad
Easy.
for backwards
Fan
writing.
page, give me-
Yeah, that's actually
fan
pretty
page,
good.
give us each
All right, we're
one,
unbanning
we'll
her.
unban you.
We are unbanning.
Yeah, that's
What?
true.
Banning fan
I'll go
page.
for 100.
My
I'll go for
address-
100.
My address and name have been leaked. Fan
Dude,
page has to
everybody start calling Papa John's. Let's send him some pizzas.
I'll pay for
Oh
Pants
yeah,
Pizza.
true. To make sure it's his actual address to send him some food.
Go for it.
Let's DoorDash him. Let's get him some
Yo,
sushi.
Pan,
guys.
what type of food you like, buddy?
I'll get anything. Whatever you want.
See how massive
This
this,
guy
man
is
is?
a
He'll
woman.
definitely eat anything.
Okay, look, I've gained my COVID 15, but I swear, as soon as lockdown ends, I'll stop being a fat ass.
I actually
Haven't
lost.
started
I lost weight
15.
over the beginning of COVID.
Me too.
Yeah, okay, well, not everyone is, I don't know.
A fucking drummer. Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
shut up, dude.
Don't burn calories playing that shit, dude. No, you burn like
Bro.
1, maybe.
Yeah,
tops.
I haven't left my bed and I've lost weight. What the fuck are y'all doing?
You don't eat.
I feel like that's
Yeah,
probably
I'm-
bad. You should probably leave your bed.
Yeah,
Right,
you
you
should
need to
eat
touch
them.
grass.
Yeah, touch grass.
Yeah,
on
honestly.
Don't
Although
even
you
touch
can-
grass.
you
Just
can
like
always get
Dude
your
lives in the
workout-
Highlands and he doesn't.
Yeah, I
fucking
touched
go anywhere.
grass on my way
You
to
can always get your
mom's
workout
house.
by
God.
playing chess, I guess.
manlet cope.
Oh my god, Pan.
Cope,
It's true.
Cope
Pan got his
itself.
workout from from playing chess in a game.
Not even
15.
touch grass, like touch carpet or something, dude.
Hey, all I'm saying is
Jesus Christ.
top level chess players burn about 6,000 calories in the game. So
Is that actually true? No way.
yep.
No, he just made that fucking up.
That's a bunch of
Did not.
bullshit.
I'll source it in chat.
Oh my god.
I mean, you're just
Top.
this is just all inductive. So I mean, it's just I mean, how can we know
It's
it's
not
true?
actually. It's empirical. They literally measured a guy who kept like having to drop out of tournaments because he was losing 20 pounds over the course of a couple days.
Maybe it's just
Well,
like a
yeah, he's
absolute-
taking diet pills.
Yeah.
Taylor from Jim.
He was on a Nutrisystem, Lane 13 or whatever the fuck
I
it's
don't
called.
think so. He was like
Oh yeah. Oh really? If that's true, then why does Hikaru still look like what he looks like?
You can
Karu's
say it's
not
bald.
fat. What?
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Karu Nakamura?
Yeah.
Alright, here you go, guys.
Let
Source.
Sammy join. Bring Sammy in. Scott
She
Fan.
not in?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Sammy.
Sammy's name A.
Sammy.
What?
Sammy.
What? What?
All right, Alex Banner. Get her out of here.
What?
Yep.
What?
Fucking loser.
Why?
Yeah, wouldn't
Loser.
want to be. Bye bye.
All right.
Yep. In,
So is that?
yeah. So the 1984 World Chess Championship was called off because the defending champion had lost 22 pounds.
Who?
And
Oh my god. During the Cold War where they didn't have food. Wonder why.
he had food. The Soviets fed their top chess players, believe it or not.
Is that
For sure.
true?
Yeah, they definitely would
Bro,
because
wasn't-
they want to be cool.
Yeah, I literally watched.
Oh yeah, didn't they have better diets?
I
No,
want-
By
The tanky-
1984,
the
no.
tanky Coke.
By 1984, the Americans had better caloric intake.
Okay,
It
well,
doesn't matter.
is that true? Can I get a source on that? I source my claims.
The CIA.
CIA.
Source?
No,
Yeah,
the
the
CIA.
CIA.
To all the
I only trust
tankies out there.
I only trust the
No.
CIA source
The,
when they agree with
the
me,
Russian
so-
Russian numbers are potential consumption, not actual consumption. We don't actually know how much the fucking Russians ate.
Well, they did buy a shit ton of Pepsi, by the way.
Well,
Yeah,
with
this
Oh,
is
we got
literally
heard about that.
fascism.
yeah, didn't they
Just-
trade like warships for Pepsi or something?
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
Yes.
What a
Oh
legend.
man,
At least there's the
Pepsi
CIA.
could
that's
have
not-
accomplished
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Afghanistan
Imperative
if they
Honestly,
wanted to. They
Pepsi
could
We
have
should
just.
fund a mega corporation.
They
to-
didn't need to give it back to the U.S. government. They should have just kept it. Founded in Capistan.
Rebel,
Yeah.
revolt. This is what
Let's
they
do a
took from you.
VH chess
Man,
tournament.
Payne, how do you feel about misogyny?
It depends.
How do you feel about misandry?
Generally against it.
Oh,
Generally?
Generally.
John, are you my
I
biggest
mean,
fan?
if it's not towards me, I don't really care.
Wait, Papa John's my biggest fan. What's up, Papa John? Nice to see you. Glad to have a couple fans in the area.
God, Scott, dude, I could drop you.
I'm glad I can have a couple fans in the stadium, like Pan, Papa John, and Quantum Reasoning.
Oh, shut the fuck up,
we're
fractional
banning-
reserver. Jesus Christ, I will never be a fan of a fractional reserver over everything.
I'll never be a fan of a fractional reserver. Shut
You
the
know-
fuck
I
up.
don't know. I don't know. That sounds like a cope.
Craig is
Man,
just
aren't,
act-
man, aren't
Oh,
you a
man,
full
I
reserve
I could
dog?
have been a fan. I could have been
A
a fan.
full
but you just
reserver?
decided
No.
fractional reserve. Fractional reserve. I could have been a fan, bro. You just lost it.
Yeah.
Lost it.
All your relationships have been fractional.
I think the reserve that banks have should be up to the bank and the people storing their money.
Yeah,
at a
that
bank.
seems kind of a.
That's
yeah,
pretty
that
cringe,
seems kinda
bro.
like-
I'm gonna
why
keep it
can't I
straight
make a
with you.
What do you
contract that is a?
Craig
a
is just
circle
a
square?
fractional reserver in denial.
Did violate no,
honestly.
no, go away.
Yeah, you can fractional reserve banking if the bank and the customers of the bank agreed to keep a
Agree
certain
to it?
percent.
Well,
Oh, you mean
that's-
like a voluntary contract, Craig?
Well, hold on.
Okay, hold on,
I don't
hold on.
see how
Okay,
that's
well,
bad. I don't see how
have-
banks
have a
setting their own
standardized
reserve.
argument that I'm going to
You guys
publish
are
in the analysis book
misrepresenting the
against
full reserve
fiduciary
point.
media. Even if there is an option clause, the expansion of fiduciary media is still unjustified.
But-
Craig is like a fucking Marxist when they go, yeah, but they agreed to that certain wage, and he goes, yeah, it's still exploitation. Shut up,
No,
nerd.
Just because the contract.
Oh my god.
I
Hold
agree.
on. No.
It's fraud or not, I don't care. I really don't care anymore.
Yeah,
about the
exactly.
expansion.
Why should we care if it's fraud
So-
or not? Is that in
Okay.
his off?
Well, I mean,
Great
stopping
Papa
random
John theory.
libertarianism would be unjustified, but like again, even if there is an option clause, the expansion of fiduciary media is still unjustified, and I will present a standard of
Ooh.
that.
There's nothing
Why?
stopping for
Okay,
reserves. Why
add
don't they
another
exist now?
clause. Craig, what stops us from adding clause after clause after clause after clause?
It doesn't
That's all.
matter how many you add.
Yeah,
It will always be
Craig,
unjustified.
Craig, if you don't like a fractional reserve bank, you can put your
Why
money
don't you just start a
in
full
a
reserve?
bank that isn't fractional reserve, right?
Yeah.
I will, but like this is the
Okay,
this
perfect.
I
is
will.
an
Solve the
entrance
problem.
and pull thing.
Yeah, it's
This
called
is
a
an
piggy
entrance and
bank.
pull thing. This causes the
Fuck
my
away from me.
idea is that this causes the business cycle, and what we want to avoid is the business cycle. So this, even if
Yeah,
there
where's
is
your
no fractional
monetary
But is the
reserve,
business
Well, I mean,
cycle such a
yeah,
bad
it does cause the business cycle, but there are also benefits. Would you not agree that
not that they, not that
there are
they
no
outweigh,
benefits
like,
of people loaning out savings rather than keeping them safe?
I mean, sure, there can be benefits in that sense, but I don't think they outweigh anything of like the negative effects of like the Cantillon effect or any sort of expansion. I mean, I don't think the credit expansion should occur in the first place. I don't believe in an elastic credit expansion. I believe that credit expansion should be completely decimated.
Oh my god, you're such a fucking
nerd. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
If you're just lowering the real purchasing power of money or increasing it, sorry, then there's no need for credit expansion. It's just about cash balances.
No, Craig, I've tried to
Alex,
go.
no, don't even. This guy's just
No.
stupid.
But
Okay, let me
Craig,
just
dude,
go
what
over this
happens
simply.
after? Okay, let's say it's not fraud. Then we're just going.
We gotta move past that, Bubba John. Just
Well, I
just
know,
a little bit.
but like you're just a full reserve enthusiast at that point. You're not really. I mean, that's about
No,
it.
I
I
mean-
mean, it's
Okay.
still gonna happen.
Craig, this has been brought up in the free banking debate that the whole point of free banking is that the banks are going to be expanding their balance sheet at the discretion of the demand for money. It's not like they're going to be the ones leading the the credit expansion or contraction. They're simply responding to the market signals of it, just like any other industry responds to market signals. I don't really see
Yeah.
any.
And if
any
Yeah,
they-
if you're offsetting that hold on, if you're offsetting that demand, that makes the demand for more money like when you're moving forward, it makes it more difficult to anticipate.
Okay, but if they expand credit too far, they're going to lose money on their loans.
Exactly, that's the
right?
whole strength of like
yeah,
the
so
market.
it leads to a banking system collapse if it's like a cluster of
Oh
errors.
my
but for us,
God.
the
Oh
business
yeah,
cycle-
okay.
I
Yeah,
mean, sure,
competition
okay,
leads
like
to collapse
if all
for
banks
some
are
people.
homogenous, I guess they have the same amount of reserves and they make the same loans. Like
Yeah, but that's the whole point. They would be competitive. They would only be homogenous if they're right or close to homogeneity.
I mean,
Whatever.
again, I don't know the
Homogeneity.
pragmatism of the banking.
Homogeneity.
I don't think full reserve is even possibly achievable. Like I don't think that it's
not.
going to be
It is achievable. Put your money in a fucking piggy bank. That's all it is.
No, I mean, I don't think it's achievable. I think with the bank incentives and especially with the state, it's not achievable to have full reserve. But I don't trust the
The
state to do it,
states
and I
have
don't
it.
believe it
The
will
state
naturally
literally
develop into full
allows
reserve. I just
state
believe
is the only
theoretically the possibility of full reserve banking is
Also,
Okay, well,
debated. I just
if
don't
you
think
have
it's
full
pragmatic.
reserve, then how can you use savings for investment?
Credit deposits, use of
you
credit
can-
versus
Just
demand.
like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
credit deposits, or because I'm not even sure.
When is the Zane SMF and quantum reasoning versus apodictic Scott debate?
Against me.
What?
Yes.
So
Tomorrow,
true.
Christmas Day. Also,
Christmas Day.
Owen keeps pushing back the debate, so let's just hope it happens.
He's scared. He's scared.
wait, Craig, what do you have to say? I mean, you're saying that the credit expansion will like cause a business cycle. What do you have to say about the success of it in countries like Scotland, your home country, where many
Oh,
countries
Mr.
embrace
Empirical.
I don't really care too much about empirical evidence. I'm more care about
Oh my
theoretical
God.
side. But
Oh
if you
my
want me to
God.
get,
Hold on, no,
if
no,
you
no,
want
no,
me
no,
to
no.
get back to you on it, I will. I'll do some
No,
research
someone
into it.
seriously.
Why don't you
seriously,
care about
address his theory, not what he's not. Don't say look at Scotland. Okay, what was so good about Scotland that
that
you
they
know,
had a free banking competitive system,
okay,
fractional reserves,
yes,
and
logically address what he was saying in particular, not what. Oh yeah, Scotland had a free banking system. It was like, why was it working? Why
yeah,
was
it
there
was
not?
what I'm saying.
bunch of-
Scott's
Well,
argument.
no. So
Hold up, no, 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 no.
It does relate, right? Because we can say
Sure.
that competitive
him why-
banks.
Logically,
Yeah, sure.
Explain
So
why
here,
it was like
logically, competitive banks compete to not have business cycles
yes, okay,
because
yes.
it's profitable,
Mhm.
right? Here's an example: Scotland.
Yeah, okay. Well, the
Okay, now
idea is
just-
it's within the nature of fractional reserves themselves. And
Now let's go to
the
examples
rest of the
of
business
full
cycle. You
reserve
can. It's within the nature logically of fractional reserves that they're going to
God.
expand the money
What do you
supply,
have a business
which will shift the
cycle with,
loanable funds, which will lower the interest rate
What do you have a
artificially from
business
natural
cycle
level,
with monetary
which will cause
discord?
intertemporal miscalculation. It's this idea. So, like, even if you represent it empirically, the only thing that you can show from that is one that it's happened in history that have lessened the business cycle.
Hey, Craig.
or it's
Hey, Greg.
offset by other
Does Garrison
values.
agree with you on the business cycle?
I don't care if Garrison agrees with me or
No,
not.
I'm
I mean,
wondering.
it's-
Like,
I
yeah,
think I
just
think
find it
that
weird
he has expanded on it in the past,
full
talking about
front
fiduciary media, and it would seem consistent with his conception.
He's a fractional reserver.
It seems consistent with his conception
That's
because I
how
think
people
I'm
do
pretty
authority.
sure I can try to find this quote I read in the paper. I think Garrison before in the past has expounded upon expansions of fiduciary media being
Yeah, under a
business
central
cycle.
bank.
Hold up, let him finish though.
Yeah, no, actually, one of the things I'm pretty sure there's something.
Oh my God.
Scott,
We need
the
to
reason
stop
I'm letting him
forming
finish.
communist friend. No, Papa John, you're just as bad as him, dude. You
How am I
debate
bad?
me
Because
versus democracy, dude. You would get slapped by me and Slater. Run it, dude. You're such a
Dude,
pussy.
Okay, I might get slapped by Slater because I know you ain't gonna do shit, dude. So, in the end, that's
Oh my
you're
God.
done. You're
Whatever
done.
happened.
But
Whatever
take
happened. Dude. Let's run it. Let's run it then. Let's run it. Me and you. You get your little buddy Alex. I'll get my buddy Slater. We'll do
All
a
right,
2v2.
What do you wanna do?
We'll go democracy.
Okay, when you
Defending democracy?
what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Confederacy.
How could you not
Jesus.
defend democracy?
Confederacy.
Oh my
dude.
God, I forget that we have this progressive LGBT guy in here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's a member of the LGBT. He's a ginger. The G.
Yeah,
He's the G and G.
it is. Always
The
has been.
LGBT is the ginger, I guess.
Always has been.
been.
You can just
I think
rearrange
it's
the left.
I think it's kind of fucked up that lesbians are ahead of the gays. Kind of, I don't know. It doesn't seem like
Kind
an
of looks
equal.
like a lot.
Hey Scott, are you shilling
Sorry,
for
talking about
lesbians
that.
right now or gays? What's the deal here?
Yeah, I shill for the minorities.
Oh, his girl.
No,
I mean, he
Scott
has
shills for
to.
the gays.
Of course, Scott is shilling for the gays.
yeah, I'm gay.
Yeah?
That's
Yep.
awesome.
Wait, really?
Yeah, for sure.
Holy shit! First Craig came out, now you.
Yep.
What a day.
What a crazy night.
No, but the thing about Craig, when the Neo Austrians first started, when people were calling you gay, it was like,
He's clearly not gay. Thank for Ray.
no, but then you gotta understand, dude. That's when that's why Craig was new on the block, dude. It was like no one really.
When his mommy took him under his wing.
The weird Jovi girl or whatever her name was.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got a photo that you'll like, Scott.
Oh no, not again. Yeah, Murphy.
This is what the full reserve has. Pull up the Sojan one.
Put some, hey, draw a shirt on him, dude. Put a shirt on, dude.
Have you seen the zombie interview?
Oh yeah.
That one's great.
There we go.
Bob Murphy with the shirt.
He kind of looking green though.
Bob Murphy
Where's
with the shirt
Baker and Slater? Where are these motherfuckers?
Baker, he's out right now. Slater said he's gonna come after dinner in like an hour.
It's Smoke Token.
Rip
My
Scott,
favorite
what the fuck?
art shop.
It's my token fat guy. So,
True story. Baker has been to the same cigar shop that I have been. So
when are you, Scott and Baker, all dropping DMT together?
I don't know. Soon.
You gonna learn how to build the
Oh,
pyramids?
what just fucking happened to everyone? Everyone just like bullshit.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, is this being streamed right now?
Yeah.
This is?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, go follow me at hoppa.reasoning on Instagram. Go follow my son, Quantum Reasoning.
Yo.
Oh, so you guys are both like fans of Scott, like father son.
No, Craig is my son.
Yep. That's true.
Scott is my dad.
Okay. Like
But I'm
Craig's
like-
grandpa.
But the thing with Scott is like I've always been the dude. I've always been bigger. I always wear the pants in that relationship. Like I'm always providing for. Because, obviously, dad can't do shit. So I'm always.
Isn't he your dad?
Who, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wear the pants in a relationship with your dad?
Yep. My dad's a bum, dude. He's just Scott's a bum. I call him Scott because I don't respect him enough. He's a bitch. He's a bitch.
This whole Scad guy is a bit of a bitch, to be honest.
Yo, let's go on Omegle.
Oh god.
Omegle.
Yeah, no, just load up for people. Just like at the politics tab, we can just 4v1 people. That's a good idea.
4v1 people.
It's just like.
Dude, we should get
Hey,
Michael
babe.
in here to make Craig a fractional observer.
No, we should not do that. It's a bad
Craig,
idea.
my biggest, I've heard, okay, here's the thing I cannot argue. And I heard George Selgin say this. He goes, the boom and bust is actually desirable in terms of it actually, we're better off in an economy with the boom and bust than an economy without it. Because you may have not seen those production things, those production processes even come into place, but we're not for the fractional reserve. I've heard that argument. I've not really understood it. I've always taken the more full reserve on that, like that boom and bust is bad. It's breaking up those production processes. But it also, if you're just looking at it from I think business cycle is bad if it's obviously it's a supply shock or something like that. But in terms of maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. I never really understood.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that the business cycle isn't necessarily bad is valid in some ideas, like if the central bank has manipulated interest rates and that miscoordination has already occurred. But the thing is, like, if you are already having this adaptation to like natural demand or this natural sort of interest rate that's existed before, we don't need to have this correction in the first place. So the boom and bust cycle is completely unnecessary and only induces a misallocation of capital more than anything, which leads to an eventual correction of a problem that never had to exist.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I saw the Selgin and Bob Murphy interview on that, and I was just like lost. And you can tell Murphy's just like he wants to be a full reserver, but he just can't.
He used to be a fractional reserver. I don't know why he's a full reserver now.
Yeah, it's strange. He's been beat around the bush in a lot of debates about it, and he's not exactly held up incredibly well. Even seeing people like Hopper hold up better than him is a little yikes.
Yeah, Hopper's his banking stuff's not even that great. I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong. I've just read better banking, full reserve banking than he.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And like I said, I think he's best as a political theorist. And he's really good on socialism. In terms, I wouldn't consider him an economist. He's obviously smarter than every economist, mainstream economist, but he's not like I wouldn't. Consider
I wouldn't go that far. But
what do you mean? That Papa's not smart?
I mean, he's all right on methodology, but like other than that, I don't really like him.
All
like
right on
econ-wise.
methodology.
Yeah, he's pretty good
just
on it.
all right. Yeah,
I'm like, look, man, if synthetic a priori isn't real, then how can Hopper be right on methodology? You know?
I mean, he wouldn't be right in the context that he's describing that in the Kantian view, but his conclusions would still be right if they went like an empirical or analytic approach.
I guess so.
This debate should have happened.
Hopper reasons.
We were gonna destroy them, dude. That introduction, that was a huge fucking bombshell. I can't believe I didn't read that when I originally read Democracy, the guy that failed. I just skipped the introductions in every book, but that was really important.
Why would you skip the introduction? It's like the best part of the fucking book.
I like skipping introductions. I like getting right into the material.
Same.
Yeah, I usually skip introductions as well. I'm not gonna lie.
But practically, it goes: had Wilson not gotten involved in World War I, the Kings would have remained in power. You would have never seen fascism. You would have never seen communism. The two evils of the world.
Can an
fascism is an
give
evil?
you visibly flake-free and nourished hair? Sarah tested her current shampoo. So
I don't think so.
Gays.
when they're not doing what, Papa John?
Yo, cut that from the stream.
So
That's huge. Isn't that huge though? Like, had Wilson not gotten involved, Kings would have remained in power.
So,
And
moral of the story: Woodrow Wilson is the worst president ever by far.
yep. Him, yeah, I consider him Hoover and
FDR.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even consider FDR the better president because we wouldn't have had him. If it wasn't for Hoover, we wouldn't have had an FDR.
Bro,
I think
guys, I'm progressive intel. Herbert Hoover is a free market capitalist.
Dude, I remember I was getting 1v16 in a Zoom call with them, and he goes, "But Herbert Hoover's a self-proclaimed voluntarist." I go, "Yeah, North Korea is a self-proclaimed democracy."
I mean, North Korea is a democracy, though. It's pretty true.
Yo, skaters here, based.
It's a ploy to lower class conscious. My name is Slater, and
losers here.
hey Slater.
I don't show my eyes. And,
Slater, I'm supposed to. Slater, me and Alex are supposed to debate you.
We're gonna crush you. It's not even close.
No.
Okay, well, you're taking the side of democracy, so I hope you're happy.
Yeah, but we'll still win. We'll still win.
You might win, but Scott is definitely.
Oh, Scott's a fucking idiot, dude. Scott doesn't know anything. Where is Scott? Can I shit on him? Where is he?
Thank God.
Yeah, go get your boyfriend, Slater. Oh my goodness.
You?
Scott is just so inferior
Hey,
to you. You're sophist, though. I hate to
Me? I'm
Yeah,
not.
does anybody sleep in that top bunk up there?
My brother does, yeah.
Oh, you got the same room? That's kind of hot. Can Craig sleep up there?
No, Silver sleeps.
Yeah, I'm actually Slater's brother, guys.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yo, Loki.
What's Loki?
Face reveal.
Nice.
Looks like a cock.
Watch Walter Blocks and Richard Wolf's debate.
Yeah, I think I did. I don't remember though. Either way, it's probably really dumb because that's fucking Richard fucking Wolf and Walter Block. So I love Block. His debates are funny though. You look like you're just having fun in that one though.
The all-time best debate is Walter Block with Brian Captain.
God, look up.
Man, it's so cute.
Those hips don't lie. What can I say?
Chris. Does anybody live in New Jersey?
I think I'd rather kill myself.
I think there was someone who used to live in New Jersey in either neo-Austrians or it was Abyss who lived in New Jersey.
No, Abyss lives in Brooklyn.
Thought he lived in New Jersey.
He lives somewhere in the tri-state area.
Which tri-state area?
Okay. You guys remember? Have you guys ever seen that video of Lil Pump or 6ix9ine running down the street getting chased by some guy?
Yeah.
No.
Abyss was there when it was happening. He sent me. Yes, he sent a video of it into the neo-Austrians. And I was like, who is that? And then I saw another video when I was scrolling in my Explore page, and it was like, I was like, oh shit, that's the. I'm like, what the? And then I go look at the video, and it's like Mr. Abyss.
It is fucking. Didn't he just dox himself though? Like,
Abyss was open about where he lived. He just didn't tell you what he. Like, okay, I can tell you everything about Mr. Abyss, but I won't because I'm not a doxer.
That's pretty respectful. Scott fan page should learn from you, and Ozzy. Yeah, they would learn a lot.
Yeah, they should.
They should. Papa John is the Discord dead man.
I don't know. I'm surprised that Discord has been alive for like. If you look up dead Discord, I've been saying that since like
since day one.
Yeah, literally. I remember when that was dead. It was literally the Hoppa House came along. And it was like Hoppa House was so live, and then all of a sudden Scott's fucking channel comes like just fucking explodes. Like it's just really popular. I was like, holy shit, how is this so active? All of a sudden.
Voluntaryisthaven is insanely active. I don't know why.
Yeah, and it's not like intellectual discussions. It's like fucking Among Us.
Among Us. You can we play Among Us, guys?
No.
Play Among Us.
Yeah, did fucking Ivan hack your brain or some shit, dude?
Among Us.
Among Us.
Is that game still alive? Like I thought people stopped playing that. Like,
I
is
haven't
it still a
played in
thing?
a minute. This
Yeah,
one guy named Ivan. He just he just comes on every couple hours and types Among Us question mark.
I seriously don't know how people play that game as long as they have.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really like it that much. It's so strange.
Shut up,
It's inside my son's backpack. I don't know. What is that, dude? What's inside my son's backpack?
That's funny.
Papa John, did you ever
Prim,
find
why does
out?
the quality of something go so down when you
Pardon me?
Did you ever find out what was in the backpack?
I don't know.
Your mom got him. I rushed.
Baby Thanksgiving.
What a great stream.
I mean, hey, we're vibing.
Based landlord?
Yo,
I
land
love
sheds are pretty based. We gotta get rid of the land phobia that exists in our society today.
Landlords are based.
You a shill, Alex? Are you shilling for landlords?
Yes.
Dude, I found some guy on TikTok posting my memes with music.
I'll be right back, guys.
Gotcha.
This one costs more than damn well. That's crazy.
I cannot wait to move to Puerto Rico.
So you can go do DMC with Peter Schiff?
Yep.
Yeah, am I still living in your shed?
Me and Peter Schiff are good friends. He posts me on his Instagram every once in a while.
that's what it means to be good friends now? You post on each other's Instagram?
Yep. One time I put all on my story, I was like, so there's a running joke, and they know this is like, you know how Peter Schiff looks like plastic, Craig or Alex?
Yeah.
So I put on my story one time, I was like, is this man not made out of plastic? And then I put a poll. I said, is Peter Schiff made out of plastic? I put yes and no. And Peter Schiff votes no. He's the only person who votes no on my story.
Peter Schiff is a plastic man, though. That's true.
He legit looks like plastic. I don't know what happened.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
Oh, bro.
Plastic man for plastic people. What can I say?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Doing pretty great. Surprised anyone's even on this considering it's Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I'm about to have to get off just because of people coming over.
We actually we started our thing at like 4 p.m. today. It was crazy. So
I don't know how you can all do anything. There's a new strand of corona where I am, so like we're in like full on lockdown, like worse than the first time.
Jesus Christ, Papa John.
And I'm just like I don't have much to do. It's 2 a.m.
Craig, I play with some British guys on Xbox, dude. I told them that I was going to a party, and they were like, "What? Are you going to a party?"
The accent.
Yeah, no, it's
They're
been
like 17 years old, so I don't know. I don't know how close world is. I doubt you would know. It's like me. It's like, hey, do you know Scott? Since you're both American, like.
I mean, do you?
I mean, it's a possibility. You never know.
They were surprised when I told them that we don't wear masks over here. They were like, "What?"
Yeah, it's like super enforced over here. Like, I'll get like if I don't like wear a mask at all times within my classes in my school, I'll get kicked out immediately.
Yeah.
It's super forced.
Yeah, same where I am. My entire province is in lockdown until the end of January, so I can't really leave the house for a month. So I'm just gonna grind out some reading.
Yeah, I wish I had motivation.
I'll tell you, man. If that Florida governor ever runs for president, I'm fucking voting for him, dude.
Ron DeSantis?
Oh, Yeah, dude, that guy is awesome. That's fucking great.
What do you do?
He doesn't like he literally allows 100% occupancy everywhere. Like he is not like allowed one bit of lockdown. Like
Well,
it's
that's
fucking
based.
It is based. I hope, dude. You guys, because I don't know how accurate Gateway Pundit is, but like they've been like talking like stuff that like Arizona could recertify like within a week, and if they recertify, all those votes are gonna go to Trump. That state's gonna go to Trump. It's gonna be like, what the fuck? Could you imagine? Imagine what's gonna happen if Trump actually clutches up the election.
He's not gonna win the election, but I do want something to happen.
You say that, but I'm seeing this stuff where it's like Trump really has a chance to win. I mean, everyone in the Trump team is saying that Trump is actually going to win this.
Papa
like
John, didn't you say that DMT helped the Egyptians build the pyramids?
No, the stars helped them build the pyramids.
Okay.
DMT helped them do a lot of things in the ancient world. I mean, there's a whole, like I said, in the textbooks, we don't even know about DMT. Most people don't even know what DMT is, but the reality of it is they were all doing DMT. They were all communicating with the entity at which you meet during DMT, and that entity might have been telling them something or doing some, I don't know. Just really, it's interesting.
That entity was Scott.
Yeah. Scott's. Yes.
Are you ever gonna do DMT?
I don't know. I'd go to like Brazil and do it, but I doubt I'd do.
Yeah, you go to Brazil, bro.
I'll meet you there then. How does that sound?
Oh my God, who is that cutie in the background? Hey,
it's my brother.
Turn off. Hey, unmute I think I just made it really uncomfortable.
Who's that cutie in the back?
Oh God.
I mean, who is it? Slater, tell us.
Who's that guy?
Spill the beans, bro.
Just left. I thought he turned off his camera. That is the funniest thing I think I've seen on.
Oh,
He just bent over backwards. The kid was just bent.
Slater, who was that cutie in the background?
Is that him? Is that him up there? Is that? I think I could see him up there.
Oh, my brother.
He's back.
Sorry, I just met him. I don't know. Phoebe, where would you say you align politically? Where would you say you align politically? He said don't know.
Is it your other brother that's a commie?
Yeah, my other brother's a commie.
You gotta kill your other brother, man.
I can get him in here and we can talk to him.
Yes.
No. So what you do is you kill your other brother. That way you and this brother get more from the inheritance, bro.
Yo, can you actually, Slater, do a debate with your brother, please?
I'm down. He wouldn't be. I would
Slater,
smack the fuck
right now.
out.
We'll convert him to ANCAP.
He's drinking with my dad right now.
I don't give a fuck. Tell your dad to come too.
Oh no, Papa John. Oh
Political
no.
discourse is more important than drinking.
Papa John, that's really terrible.
I already talked to my brother about communism before, and I explained to him why planned economy would be. And he's like, I don't care. He said the first. He said, I feel like if we all put our minds together, we could figure it out.
Well,
That was his solution to the ECP.
What?
Collectivism.
Resident genius, dude. Resident genius. What can you say?
Anytime I've ever explained economic calculus ACP to someone, they've always just they don't even respond. They just like kind of
okay.
Just speechless.
Do you have any empirics for it? I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think like the Cobb-Douglas production function gets recognized for how crap of a critique it is. Like, it's literally the biggest straw man physically possible.
Isn't it just calculus production though?
Yeah, all the Cobb-Douglas production function measures is a variable relationship between inputs and outputs. That's all it does. It has nothing to do with the ECP whatsoever.
Hold on. So how does so say that again? What does it measure?
It just measures relations between the input values and output values.
So it's literally just telling you the what is it even telling you from a planning perspective?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
Doesn't address like how to get those values in the first place.
Is it? Well, hold up. I thought it was telling you. I thought it was telling you like production cost, not like terms of prices, but in terms of just like raw resource. Oh, okay.
No, it's literally whoever introduced that critique literally had no idea what it meant.
I know Finn used it. I don't know if he was the first to do it.
Finn used
it in
a
debating.
neoclassical model, so it presupposes a homogeneous capital structure.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
capital is homogenous, so I mean, it's not that big.
Shut up. Silver.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You know
yeah,
what's
we can. We do it already. So.
It's it's completely irrelevant to the ECP, right?
Yeah, not only is it completely irrelevant, but like even its mathematical model can't even sufficiently deal with the ECP, assuming it to deal with it, because it can't account sufficiently for diminishing marginal utility, which can't be measured at all. Like they try to deal with it, and they literally just say that we're assuming a negative input. Like that's not sufficient to make a quantitative measurement. The fuck?
That's like when people bring up like Glass-Steagall in like for the 2008 recession. It's like something that's completely irrelevant. Like it's something so irrelevant. Like it has nothing to do with the recession, or you know what I mean?
It's a pretty hot take, bro.
What?
I'd say Glass-Steagall is the reason that those gosh darn greedy bankers
No.
crashed the whole economy.
There was like two provisions to it, and the first provision would still be semi-irrelevant. The second one was the real provision that got repealed, and that was like completely irrelevant to the actual cost. Like, it has nothing to do with it. It was just like I said, the Glass-Steagall is the only bill in existence that was like have anything whatsoever to do with banking that got deregulated. It's the only bill that had somewhat to do with banking and got deregulated. So that's why they use that as their red herring. Like it is. I mean, red herring. I don't know. Yeah, that's right. But anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know.
Papa John is peak intellectual.
Yeah, this Papa John guy is real smart. He'll go somewhere someday.
I'm a peak.
Papa John, can we get Scott back in here so you guys can talk about DMT?
I don't have longer to talk about it. Like I said, we can set up a debate, man.
The debate's not gonna be on democracy. It's gonna be on fucking DMT.
You guys should interview. You guys should do an interview. Interviewing VH interview of Papa John Reasoning, professional meme account.
Look, you got $400,000 in liquid assets from memes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, working out pretty well.
Yeah. Craig,
yo,
are you a what are you, a Muslim?
No.
He believed in God.
Greg's a muzzy, guys. It's confirmed.
Hello? No.
But he believed in God.
Are you Islamophobic?
I'm a
or something,
deist.
bro?
I reject religion entirely. I'm a deist.
So, okay, let me hold on. This is a great point. I heard this the other day, and this is just something.
Yo, should I get Kai in here?
Yeah, you should.
But I heard that. So here's the thing. So people people say it's like, well, how can you determine like what religion? You know what I mean? It's simply a circumstance of where you're born is the religion. I think to a lot of degree, the whole religion fiasco is a problem. But in terms of like Christianity, right? They say, okay, there was 12. How many disciples, right? I don't know.
12 apostles.
12 apostles. How many of them were martyrs?
I forget.
I think like 11 of them. I think literally only one lived. I think it was Paul, right?
I thought Peter went on to become the Pope.
Oh yeah, I think it was either Paul or Peter. I remember one of them lived, but it was like a but most of them ended up being martyrs. And to be fair, all these men were well documented in terms of like these were actual people, right? And so the argument goes, okay, the only way you are willing to die for something, truly, if you are willing to die, and like I said, these are apparently well documented people. I don't know what the evidence is, but it's just.
Why is Pan here, bro?
If
Slater's sick of Pan shit and he hasn't even said anything yet.
If these people truly believe that they saw Jesus resurrected and they were willing to die for it, that's how it goes. But
maybe Jesus just made them take DMT.
Yeah.
He like spiked their drink with fucking DMT. And
I
they
mean,
thought they saw a guy go to heaven.
even if like the historical evidence was to be accurate, because I don't know, I've not looked enough into it. Maybe it may not be. It's not for me to say. I'm not well versed enough on it. But like, there's a jump in logic from then saying that, okay, well, we have these historical insights about externalities to God, so we can say this with certainty about Jesus, about all this other religious stories. But there's a jump in logic from then saying that this is historically accurate to then saying that this also proves the insight into the nature of God that follows from this. So this is where I derive my problem from. I don't think we can know the nature of God, as it's something that the human mind itself can't comprehend. It can follow Aquinas on that. But,
is he a maker or is he something else?
Oh, wait, what? Sorry.
God is a Quaker.
A clock maker.
A clock maker.
No, I mean, I think that the insight into the nature of God itself is something that can't be discerned through historical evidence or consistency with externalities.
That's why that's why in many ways it seems like the Egyptians and the Aztecs were far more advanced in terms of the spiritual world than the European.
Maybe you're on DMT.
Western world. I wouldn't be talking right now.
I mean,
why?
Maybe. Who knows?
I'd be unconscious.
I don't think.
How do you know?
Talk well on DMT.
Maybe you can talk
What?
on DMT. Maybe you're not even
You're
acting.
probably verbal. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the synthetic stuff you might be a little kind of like whoppy in the way you talk, but in terms of maybe taking a natural DMT, you're out cold for 15 minutes.
I don't know. Sounds like you've never taken DMT.
I have never taken DMT, but I've seen videos of people taking DMT and they fall unconscious in terms of like they're not moving.
I've taken DMT.
They might say some stuff, you know, like they might spurt out something, but they're not lucid in what they're saying, probably.
Have you actually, Slater?
It was a joke.
I wouldn't be surprised if you have.
Okay, sober.
I don't know, man. You seem like the kind of guy to take DMT, to be honest.
Slater, why is your brother twerking in the background?
I don't think he's doing that.
Twerk in peace, bro. You don't like it? Come on.
Yeah, you got a problem with that? You're saying like it's a bad thing.
Oh, man.
I mean, do you, Papa John?
Pan, what are you staring at?
Me? What do you mean?
Yeah, we
reading the chat.
Just staring at Slater's brother's ass, bro. Can't resist.
I don't blame him.
Well, you know.
And is a member of the LGBTQ community after all. So.
I am.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Proud to be.
Everyone came out tonight. We had Pan, Scott, Craig, Slater's brother.
Literally everyone who matters.
No one that matters? I mean,
So we
matter
didn't
isn't
even
real,
say
so how
that.
can something matter? You know what I mean?
Oh my.
I don't know.
Oh, he got him.
So.
I think matter's real, TBH.
Glizzy gobblers when their marginal utility disappears.
Yeah.
The marginal utility of the next glizzy I gobble is gonna be higher than the labor used to consume it. Vicky? Uh-oh.
Yo,
Later,
unban
see with the
Sammy.
hair in his eyes.
Unban Sammy? Is Sammy banned from the Zoom?
Yeah.
Alex, you banned Slater? Or you,
Alex.
she banned?
Why?
Or she just kicked?
Scott told me to.
Oh my god. Did you just do everything Scott said? What Scott told you to jump off a bridge?
I would do it.
Okay. What if Scott told you to unban Sammy?
Oh, I'll do it. Well, I can't.
Because Scott told me to tell you that he wants you to unban Sammy.
Prove it.
I can't. You'll have to take his word for it.
Show me where Scott.
Hey, ask Scott why I'm not owner of the Discord channel yet.
Yeah. Sorry,
Bro,
Alex.
I'm not
I can't
even-
leak. I can't
not
link
even a-
personal DMs between me and Scott. It's personal information.
No, such a suck. Sorry. So I don't.
Hey, it doesn't suck. I mean, you're disobeying Scott. I don't understand.
I don't know how.
I'm not even an admin on
Oh
VH.
my
This is
God.
funny
so
how
hateful.
I'm not even admin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
Silver
the
and I are
fuck?
just better than you guys. I think that's what it
Scott,
is.
I was an admin.
Fuck you, you're not getting mod, bitch.
What?
Yeah.
Ask
But
Scott.
how do you like make a server called Voluntarist Haven and then don't make the
Yeah.
people in Voluntarist
Dude,
Haven
you-
admin?
For
What the
real.
fuck?
I think you guys were admins, and then Scott took yours away. He's made like the Alex Pop
No, you
or
guys
some
were
shit.
mods. Yeah.
No, they were
I
not
was an
mods.
admin. I was an admin for literally 2 hours at one point.
Bro, literally,
And then Silver said, "Why are you giving Alex mod?" And so I took my mod away.
Yeah, it
bro,
happened to
literally,
Vicky too, I
Scott
think.
was, bro,
No,
Scott was
no.
just salty.
What's his face?
No, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Vicky
assessment.
told a bunch of people to come in and just spam, and then that's why she lost her mod.
Oh my god.
Literally, all I did was like the whole server changed their name to like a variation of Alex Pop, and I just made an Alex Pop rule so I could tag them all. Like, I did not do anything wrong.
Yeah, free my boy
bro.
Craig. He didn't do nothing.
Hey,
Didn't do
all
nothing.
Voluntarist Haven members should be instantly admined.
I
But
agree.
I don't really
Exactly.
care because I have the boss role, and that's all you could really have, and you need in life. You have the boss role.
Should we make a private Discord for like learning and shit?
Dude, no, we should make a new
No.
Voluntarist Haven chat.
Yo,
make it
and
more
we can
active.
unban fan page.
Nah, don't do that. Keep that bitch banned. Fuck that bitch.
Oh my
On jaw.
Stop the slander.
Is that a boy or girl, that fan page person?
Oh,
Girl.
woman. Or it sounds like it has a vagina. I don't know. I don't have any visual evidence, so I can tell you.
All right, hey, I'm gonna bounce out of here. I gotta go, so yeah, I'll leave you with this.
Man,
Yeah,
peace.
man.
All right.
Yeah.
Peace, man.
So, whoop, whoop.
Thanks for joining.
Let's just talk about the unreality of a synthetic a priori.
Kill yourself.
True.
Can you give me an example of a synthetic
He's
a
mad
priori?
about being debunked.
Yeah.
Are we going in the exact same circle we went in last time?
I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be a circle. You can just admit you're wrong.
No,
Yeah.
I'm
I mean, you're
not.
on a straight line now.
It's straight line.
Yeah.
Start it.
No, I mean, like, do you genuinely want to debate this again, or like,
No, I know nothing about it. I'm just fucking around.
oh, okay.
Slater, what made you on synthetic a priori?
I don't care.
So true. But if I did care, I'd say it didn't exist.
I don't know. Maybe I would.
Tree's argument's pretty convincing. I don't know.
Ree's argument is that there's no examples of it.
Okay, well, if there's no examples of it, don't you think that's probably a
No,
pretty good
no,
argument that it's
no,
either a
Pat.
meaningless term
No,
or
that's really dumb.
how's that really dumb?
I hate
It
empiricism
comes,
so
yeah,
much.
no,
God damn, bro.
it comes down to like definitions most of the time, because I think like most of us are just operating off a different definition, which just conflates the barriers so much since it's such a
Yo, would you concede moment philosophy is all just word games?
Word games?
yeah.
Yeah, Pan is an anti-intellectual, doesn't believe in philosophy.
Yeah, not an anti-intellectual.
You kind of are though, right?
Anti-metaphysics, maybe.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call.
Metaphysics.
I wouldn't consider metaphysics an intellectual pursuit. I'd consider it garbage.
Why?
And
So
is
I'm
a metaphysics
anti-garbage.
anti-realist? Doesn't believe metaphysics are real.
You're a
Yeah.
util realist, but a metaphysical anti.
I mean, me being a util realist is a meme, kind of.
nah,
No, it's dead ass.
It's true. That's
I mean, utils don't exist, but yeah. I'm sorry.
okay.
I hate to let all my util fanboys down, but they don't exist.
Yo, based?
Finally took the answer.
However, there.
however.
No. There are UDs which do exist, which function pretty much identically to utils.
Is this
and
a bit?
they're great. They
Or is this
exist.
not working.
It's a bit. It's a bit.
Is it a bit? What's a bit?
You guys want to see a monkey frog?
Yes.
We already seen your monkey friend.
I said a monkey frog.
Yo,
Yeah, can you imagine having the audacity to be asked to unbanned for so long, and then when you're finally unbanned and join back, you just choose not to use your mic? Jesus
Wow,
Christ.
I can't actually. Sammy, that's pretty cringe.
Guys, look at the monkey frog.
based?
I don't see how it's a monkey.
Well, it's not a monkey, it's a frog, but that's what it's called. It's called the monkey.
Why is it called monkey frog? Does it
I,
have a
I don't know
tail?
the etymology of the. Okay, fuck you. I'm not doing this anymore.
Because last time I checked, monkeys had prehensile tails. Doesn't look like that frog does.
How do you know that frog doesn't have one? Maybe
In
your
fact-
eyes are just deceiving you.
I'm pretty sure monkeys are mammals. I don't think frogs are.
Okay, Pan. You really make things a lot more fun. Like you add all the.
I know. I'm glad to.
Pan is a fun anti-realist.
What do you mean?
He
I'm a
destroys all the
realist.
fun in the world. All potential fun, which doesn't exist.
Yeah, can you quantify fun? If you can't quantify fun, then how can I destroy it?
It's on the scale of Pan to Dave Chappelle.
Actually,
Chappelle
I
is
actually
really
can
funny.
quantify fun.
I feel
there's-
like there should be room on that scale below Pan.
Yeah, no, I actually can quantify fun. Like, it's pretty easy. All I need to do is commodify it and then give it a price. Then boom.
Yeah. Are you conflating price and value? Okay.
No, value doesn't exist.
Whoa, that's.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone just conforms to my will. Whatever I value, everyone else values, and that's how price is determined.
Interesting.
The Craig theory value, CTV.
Yeah.
Maybe the
Wait,
real
check what I
theory
just
of
got.
value was the
Like a
friends
theory
that
of
we made
value.
along the way.
Maybe, but it's pretty unlikely that that
Marcus
was
Aurelius
being a real theory of
meditations.
value.
Thumbs in.
Let's see Zane's argument for the synthetic a prioriness of praxeology. Where is it, Zane?
What is my argument for the synthetic a prioriosity of praxeology?
Yeah.
I haven't finished formulating yet, but it has to do with the category of causality and the prerequisites for action, not necessarily action itself. Because in order to act, there must be things that we are aware of in order to act. For example, we must understand the causal relations between certain things in order to act, and these are not things. So these things would have to be prior knowledge, or else we could not act. Because in order to act, like I said, so he talks about this in chapters 1 and 2. And he actually never calls it synthetic a priori, because I think he remains agnostic on a lot of things. Like he says, you don't need to take like a specific metaphysical stance. You don't need to take a specific religious or whatever stance. He tries to remain very agnostic. So what he does is he actually just says, well, he doesn't call it analytic or synthetic, but he does say, because I think he leaves it open to interpretation, but he does like go in and then defend analytic statements. So he says, oh, for example, the Pythagorean theorem is an analytic truth. It's deductive. It's true because of its definition, but nobody would say that this doesn't expand our knowledge of geometry, right? So he says things like this because I think if he outright came and said, okay, this is synthetic a priori, then people would try and attack it on those grounds. So I think he tried to remain agnostic and kind of leave it open to interpretation. But I'm working on my like formulation of its syntheticness, and it has to do with the prerequisites for action rather than action itself. Because in order to act, we must know these prerequisites. But how could we just know them? You know what I mean? So it has to do with that.
Why do
Yeah,
we
the
have
way
to
I
know the
can-
prerequisites? I feel like that's not inherently true. Like we don't need to understand the exact causality in order for us to realize that, we can accomplish a goal. Like we don't have to know what causes us to accomplish that goal.
Absolutely. So if I take a step, the reason I move my leg is because I generally, to a relative degree, know what the outcome of me like sending that signal to my leg and moving it, right? I have to understand the causal relation between that. If I set forth to a goal, and this doesn't mean, and he never says there's perfect causality. He specifically says that we don't have to know specific. I'll pull it up actually. Hold on, I have it marked. We don't have to know the exact causality of our actions, but we must have an understanding of causal relations. I'm going to see if I have it highlighted. Okay. philosophical and metaphysical problems of causality and of imperfect induction are beyond the scope of praxeology. Okay, the philosophical, epistemological, and metaphysical problems of causality and of imperfect induction are beyond the scope of praxeology. We must simply establish the fact that in order to act, man must know the causal relation between events, processes, or states of affairs. And only as far as he knows this relationship can his action attain the end sought. Now, he specifically talks about with praxeology is not necessarily about the end. Are we live right now, by the way?
Yeah.
It's not about the ends, it's about the means. But in order to pursue those ends, we have to, if I want to pick up this cup, if that is the end that I'm trying to accomplish, whether I accomplish it successfully or not, I have to understand at least an understanding of a causal relation that I think will allow me to achieve that. If I want to put on these glasses, I knew the causal relation between moving my arm, picking it up, opening them up, and putting them on my face. Now, if we talk about something more complex, like I don't know, what's a more like? I'm trying to think of a more complex
Expansion of credit.
Okay, that's not what. But yeah, so if I want to pursue a goal of throwing a baseball. I must have some understanding, which these are things that we learn, but I'm just talking about, obviously, when you're talking about just when like we first act, the first actions that we take, we did not have requisites of these causal relations of our bodily movements. It was just, or else there would be no acting. Essentially is what he's saying. But we don't have to have perfect causality, because if I think that I can achieve happiness by jumping off of a bridge, and then when I jump off of the bridge and I break my legs, just because I didn't achieve the ends, because we're not concerned about the ends, we're concerned about the means. It doesn't mean that I was not aware of the some sort of causal relation between me jumping off and I just didn't understand the full causality between the relation of me jumping off the bridge at a certain height and me hitting the water and its impact on my body. But you would have to understand some degree of causality to take that action.
Yeah, I mean, the very purpose for action within itself also presupposes that concept of uncertainty. So before you act in any way, you must be in some sort of uncertain or uncomfortable state, which you can imagine through the very pretext of your action to be improvable upon your own state. So before you act, you must implicitly contain this sort of knowledge that you can act in such a way that it makes your state more comfortable.
Yeah, so I think if you go back through chapter 1 and reread it and reread it and reread it, as I was doing with PI, you start to really be able to kind of see how it would be possible to formulate it in a synthetic manner, which is something you kind of miss on your first, maybe even second run through. But really, it comes down to the requisites for action, which I can kind of see if I can go through them really quickly. See if I have something highlighted that might be of service here.
In the meantime, we can talk about, something else. No? Okay.
No?
Yeah, what are you?
Let's debate on the reality of metaphysics. Are metaphysics real? Are they useful? I don't know. Like, does time being unreal really affect my day-to-day life? I don't know.
In some way, yes. I mean, kind of. Look, Pan, you're an empiricist, right?
Dipped.
Oh, he did?
He's in the Discord right now. That's crazy. Talking to Bicky and Tex Cat.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so a third condition is required. Yeah, which is what Quantum just went through. A third condition is required. The expectation that purposeful behavior has the power to remove or at least alleviate the felt uneasiness. In the absence of this condition, no action is feasible. Man must yield to the inevitable. He must submit to destiny. There are the general conditions of human action. Man is the being that lives under these conditions. He is not only Homo sapiens, but no less Homo agens. Beings of human descent who either from birth or from acquired defects are unchangeably unfit for any action, and the strict sense of the term, and not only in the legal sense, are practically not human. Although the statutes in biology consider them to be men, they lack the essential feature of humanity. The newborn child, too, is not an acting being. It has not yet undergone the whole way from conception to the full development of its human qualities. But at the end of the evolution, it becomes an acting being. And so that part always kind of, I was like, okay, so like if children or if babies are not acting beings yet, what is the requisite for once one is acting? And then he goes in later and he kind of touches on it. And what I kind of gather is that it's consciousness. He talks about how we don't remember things from when we were a child because there was nothing to remember. We're just an unconscious being trying to escape this state. And he talks about animals in the same way as animals being entirely unconscious beings, which I don't necessarily, you don't have to agree with that, but because then he goes on to state, like, if there are other logical structures of minds other than human, whether it be subhuman or superhuman, we can never know because we can only know things within the limit of the human mind.
Yeah.
Right. So again, just to elaborate, the incentive that impels a man to act is always some uneasiness. A man perfectly content with the state of his affairs would have no incentive to change things. He would have neither wishes nor desires. He would be perfectly happy. He would not act. He would simply live free from care. And this seems to raise a confliction with his point about, so a man who is simply like, if I'm lying down, he still considers that action. Well, then, so what is he talking about here? A man that is completely content would not be acting. Would that not, under his definition, also be action? But what he's talking about here is essentially, if uneasiness did not exist at all, if like there would be no action, it would just be almost like an eternal state of bliss. There would be no action. Me sitting there and it wouldn't be leisure. Because a leisure implies something that it's juxtaposed to, which is like uneasiness. Which if there was never that uneasiness, there would be nothing to juxtapose this to. So there would be no action.
Yeah, I mean, with the synthetic idea, my focus generally is more on the category of action itself, like being implicitly supposed within the subject's very existence, and any precondition for action he must first know what action is, but because it kind of implicitly contains all these concepts that can be derived from it, like causality, like these prerequisites of action. I just kind of generally focus more on the general idea, which implicitly conceives of all these ideas that I can specify into.
Yo, Craig, do you believe that inflation is theft?
It's hard to say terminologically. I don't think it's necessarily unethical in that sense because, like, it's really hard terminologically to distinguish. But I think it's theft in the sense of robbing people of due property. But like, if it's like tied to an index of inflation or something like that, I can't make an absolute claim that it's theft. So like, just general inflation on like say a fixed contract, yeah, I'd say that's theft, and I would say that's robbing of property. But like, yeah, but like inflation like raises say price levels before income or something like that, I wouldn't say necessarily it's theft because it's not stealing any property.
Okay, yeah, because I was Zen and I are reading What Has Government Done to Our Money, and that's like a point that Rothbard tries to make.
Well, he says that it's which obviously we could draw a, if A equals B equals C, A equals C type thing. But he says it's taxation, not that it's theft. But obviously, if you think taxation is theft, then. But no, so I think that but then he talks about like inflation, like allowing prices to ebb and flow naturally is one thing, as opposed to artificial inflation through injecting more money into the economy. Because he was like essentially he goes in to say, well, he was like, not that like most people dislike a Rothbard on banking, but he goes in to say like, okay, well, if people mine more gold and want to increase that to the money supply, then the market will it'll be whatever is up to the market. So I think the general position, I don't really hold the position. Now I do believe that an artificial increase, I don't know what. Well, it's hard to say what you would consider to be an artificial increase in the money supply, but obviously, if you're taking it from the point of like a full reserve banking standard, obviously that would be increasing the money supply beyond what it's backed by. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's theft, or I would just say it's a really good way to keep people fucked.
Yeah, if I recall right when I was reading the book, I remember him talking about it being like an implicit form of taxation and all that type of stuff. But I also recall him taking the position that it's preferable that we don't have any increases in the monetary unit for supply, but rather let the real value of money free float in accordance with consumer demand. So like we don't actually need to change the nominal values of money, but rather just let the real value of money free float to adapt to these changes in consumer demand for money. So like that's generally using the price level. I think he wasn't opposed to mining more gold as a usage of his non-monetary means, and I think he said that doesn't confer like a negative social benefit as inflation would, so long as it's not put into circulation as money.
Crazy.
Yeah, do you have meditation, Slater?
No, I don't. I haven't read any Descartes. Well, besides like secondhand resources.
It's not Descartes, though. I mean, it's Marcus Aurelius.
Oh, well, Descartes also has a meditation. No, I haven't read that either. All right, guys, I have to go. I have family stuff.
Actual Brazilian Christmas.
I'll try. If you guys want, I could get him. We could do like a Zoom, and I can get him on it, and you guys can talk to him if you want. If he's willing to, I don't. He might not be, but he might be. I don't know. All right. Bye, guys.
All right, see you, dude.
Yeah. Oh shit! Peter got COVID. That's crazy.
Which Peter?
Salami.
Oh, T-Slam.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You got the coronavirus. Coronavirus. This shit is real, y'all. Who is GG?
I have no fucking clue.
Who are you?
All right, I'm about to. I just hopped in to say hello for a minute.
Yeah. I'm hopping the Discord as well. So you guys.
So yeah,
fun.
There's a couple of us. Who the fuck is Dave? Everyone's gone.
Back to the beginning again, huh?
Yeah. All right, Craig.
All right.
We're just chilling here now.
I mean, I'm on 6%, so I'm going to be quiet for a while. But there's a couple of my headphones in. But yeah.
Yeah, charge your phone.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Because it died
You
earlier.
can't charge your phone and your headphones, right?
Yeah, no, that's why I'm quiet.
Okay. So should I print out this Garrison paper?
I mean, it looks good, but like it looks also really hard to read. So like, it's gonna, it's gonna take a while.
Where the hell did Wes get this from?
Wait, was it Wes who sent you it?
Yeah, Wes. PKH joined.
Yo, how's the book? How's the book
Oh,
coming?
okay. I thought you meant Wes sent you the Garrison paper. I was like, what?
No. Zoom. What's up, Wes?
What?
What's up?
Not much.
Zoom, you're kind of not hearing at all.
Where the fuck is his seabed?
Steve left a long time ago.
What a weirdo.
Yeah, my ranch is dead.
What a weirdo.
This has been live for like 2 hours, 50 minutes.
Oh my god.
Oh, what the fuck's G's? How's the book going? We kind of like started it, but we're gonna start writing soon.
I've got. Did I add you to the
the doc for one of the sections?
Yeah, you
I
did.
think I did. Yeah. Okay. Good.
It's only pre-pog. How long do you? How long does it? That's a good question. I have no clue.
Yeah. Big question. We need to start working on that. Like proper. Are you home? Wait. Are you home now?
Yeah,
Actually.
I'm home now.
Okay. Good. Okay.
My vacation got cut. 1,000-page book. Yeah, we're gonna make MES 2.0. I don't know. It's probably gonna be somewhere between like 200, 300, 400 pages.
Yeah, it's not going to be a small book with the amount of contents that we have. I'm hungry for it.
Craig, hop on a call tomorrow. We'll talk about we'll actually get a proper structure down and go from there.
Yeah, I mean, if it's easier, don't you have a PlayStation? We can just hop on a PlayStation bar and just talk about playing games or something.
Yeah, I do. But my brother's always on it. I don't use PS4 that much. I kid you not, my brother plays PS4 24/7. It's gonna be on the future of the future. So the main part is called the future of free markets. So we're gonna talk about the future of Austrian economics, free markets, and liberty. And then we're gonna look at why we should have our system, how we're gonna achieve it, responses to other systems, and stuff like that. And then we're gonna put it all together into a book, different sections, have a good progression going into the book, and then try to get it published somewhere. That's the general idea of it.
I hope we get refuted super hard. I'm not gonna lie, because I want to learn.
You can self-publish on Amazon, yeah.
Once we're halfway done, though, we should definitely send a draft around the Mises Institute.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of looking at it.
We can ask Walter Blunt to forward. I think he'd do it.
Oh yeah, he'd probably do that.
Captures the Austrian economics problem. Oh, we should also have an introduction where we outline definitions of everything.
Oh yeah. I mean, I guess we could just do a glossary part instead of making it.
Glossary and then sources. Remember, write down all your links.
Yeah. I'm just gonna derive a lot from other books, material there, because I just prefer reading books.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's muted, huh?
Does this work?
Yo.
Hello?
Yo.
Oh, it does work. Okay. Hello.
Yo.
What is up?
Nothing much. I'm just near.
Oh, my foot's numb. What happened?
Nothing really. Just 3 a.m. Just chilling.
3 a.m. Oh, Merry Christmas.
Scotland time.
Is it Christmas? You celebrate Christmas over there or what?
Yeah, I do, but I don't wake up till 5, so.
5 p.m.
Yeah, that's on a good day.
yeah, that's same thing for the past couple weeks.
Who are you?
Who am I? Just a random.
Wait, Alex, didn't you say that you have some new contentions with Hoppa?
Well, a couple, but
spit them out.
My contentions are
spit 'em.
kind of irrelevant because it's more so more of an individualist, and Hoppian is inherently collective.
Good.
And then I understand against his my main problem with Hoppianism isn't Hoppa himself. it's his followers, like people.
Yeah, they're kind of cancer.
Like there's like a dumb Hoppians who take on the internet to hear that Hoppa hates gay people. Like, oh, I'm a quirky Hoppian now. It like ruins the face of the movement. That's like my main contention with it. It's not actual Hoppa himself.
Yeah.
Minarchists.
I cringe.
Very cringe.
Like if they had any other stance that advocated for the existence of a state, it would be like not nearly as cringe. But they put themselves as the arbiters of individual rights. Like a conservative isn't like I'm the individual rights guy, whereas like minarchists think they are.
Their whole thing with self-ownership is the most annoying thing. Like, they don't understand ANCAP law. None of them do, but they're all philosophy sophists. So, like, when they go on their whole thing about like self-ownership being the owned and the owned at the same time, or the owner and the owned, whatever it is, I don't care. It's like, it's so stupid. Like, the critiques aren't even good. They're half just sophists. But like, from a foundation, like I wrote an essay today and posted on TikTok. I like appealed super fucking hard to them, like so fucking hard. Like I went off the whole basis of man's individual nature, the preconditions for his own survival, everything. Like this should be Randian as fuck, and self-ownership still holds. I literally don't understand. Like what is the alternative, right? We've got two alternatives. Either one class owns another class, prescribing a collectivist authority based on some general characteristic, which is inherently contradictory. Or there's the idea that either each man has an equal say over another man, but not themselves. It doesn't make sense. The argument is, from a foundational standpoint, is inherently fallacious. Like, okay, so say we can take a second argument, and we then say, well, think every man who has to act then has to have every permission from every other man within that society, because every man has an equal say to another. It's that alone. It's impossible. It's a physiological impossibility. As every abstaining from action itself as to not act is just as much an action. So being told that I can't consume, I can't do any of this without permission with others, I can't act, it's a physiological impossibility to do so. And like even on their own basis, right? If they say that everyone else has an equal share of another man, it's a special pleading from the outset, because okay, I have an equal share to everyone else. Okay, why don't I have a share of myself? What? Like, if self-ownership should still hold. Like, if you were to be consistent with your view, I should also hold ownership over myself. And then,
the funny thing is, all these people, ANCAP relies on self-ownership.
Yeah, it's stupid. It really is. It doesn't make any sense. But like, even Rothbard, with the ideas he sort of presented, was that, like, okay, so we have this individual nature. We have we have multiple entities, and to investigate this nature, we need to utilize reason. Reason, in order to develop cognitively, you must necessarily be allowed for learning, for development of cognitive facilities or faculties, and it must necessarily mean that man is free to develop himself and adapt to his environment. So once you have these implicit norms within human nature themselves, any sort of coercive oversight over them or any influence or interference with them must vehemently be against man's nature as a being. So this sort of idea, okay, well, how do we embody this into a general statement? It's self-ownership. You own yourself. You are free to develop your cognitive. You're free to develop your cognitive faculties. You're free to continue moving along this learning process. You're free to utilize your reason and your insight of means and ends in order to act. Like, every man, in order to survive, must develop his own. He must learn about himself to develop his own, what he wants, what he needs, what the means he wants to deploy, what is valuable to him. And in order to do that, he has to learn and develop. So any cognitive oversight or interference with this, it has to be against man's nature as a very analytic statement. So as a very precondition to man's own survival, self-ownership must exist. If self-ownership is rejected, or like there's no general embodiment, it doesn't literally just perceive self-ownership, then it's man has to die out. That's simply like it rejects man's nature. To go against self-ownership is to reject man's survival and man's nature. That's the best way.
Posted yesterday on the April like backup account.
The what, sorry?
With the worst morals, Hoppa.
Oh God, how? Morality is fucking subjective. Like,
also, I think Hoppa believes in objective morality too, though.
I mean, it's just stupid.
Is it more of a objective right or wrong, or an objective morality where everyone believes the same thing?
I would assume that Hopper would believe in objective ethics because that's valid. Objective ethics is a cognitive facility. It's not, especially normative ethics. It's a cognitive statement upon what is right and wrong, based on logical prescriptions. But
funny thing is, do you know what Cudwee's critique of argumentation ethics is?
Who?
Cudwee's.
What is it?
Oh God!
Take a wild guess.
Please don't tell me it's celebrity rights. Please don't tell me it's celebrity rights.
I think it's that one.
Oh God!
Like he probably like he definitely doesn't even understand Hoppa's ethics either.
It's almost as if a liberty right originates from the ownership of yourself.
Yeah.
That's insane stuff.
Yeah.
It's almost as like no one has a higher claim to you, and no one can assign this liberty right to you. Only you can assign it to yourself because you have the highest claim, which makes you the owner. That's wow, crazy.
You know that argumentation ethics only possesses ownership over the mouth and the mind?
I found that argument so funny because it proves that you own your body entirely.
I know.
Like literally, you attack any part of the body, you need to use your brain, your mouth, your mind, whatever, for argumentation. You attack any part of the body, it is nervously connected to the fucking brain, so you're indirectly assaulting the brain.
Okay, the argument my brother gave against this, and it's so funny, is it's like not exactly against like argumentation ethics, but it's like in a similar manner where you'd say that the logical conclusion of self-ownership is that insulting someone is violence because it insults are communicated through physical means which physically affect the receiving end. So you can't talk to people without violating self-ownership.
No, that's not what that means. When you refer to aggression, you refer to a physiological a process which it violates the property rights of, say, X to B. So say I hit you. This is me intruding upon your property, and I'm violating your rights by worsening your state of aggression. What happens by a communicative force? If I insult you, I'm not physiologically aggressing against any of your property. Sure, it can have an impact on you, but then you just concede that, say, we have a free rider problem, and we have these public goods, say like a lighthouse, and if there's a boat there and people don't value the boat, then they must concede that this is also aggression, and that makes no sense. Like you're like, hold up a minute, at the outset this does not seem right. How can someone possibly just being present be an aggression? That doesn't make sense. So the standard alone by saying that a communicative force can necessarily be aggression simply because it has a negative impact on someone doesn't hold. It has to be a distinct aggression through physical contact against property to property. So say someone intruding on land, someone hitting you, that is what aggression is. It's not some sort of communicative force. Like if it can be transferred to communicative force, and we say that, okay, well, since argumentation necessarily says that we're trying to avoid conflicts as much as possible, we're avoiding physiological conflicts. It can't necessarily be said that we're avoiding communicative conflicts because we're not. We're not avoiding communicative conflicts. In fact, we're directly engaging in them. But what we're trying to do is this communicative force alone isn't a conflict, and that's the whole idea behind it. It's not a conflict in the physiological sense.
Based. Well, Craig, did you hear I was on Miracle Chloe's live stream. Her critique of evictionism was so bad.
Oh my god, dude. Wait, was it on her Insta one where she was debating Margaret?
Well, I asked her a couple questions about minarchy. The first one was like, if objective law is supposed to regulate the state, who enforces objective law onto the state? She couldn't answer me. And someone asked what was a critique of evictionism. Said even though it's not directly killing, it still leads to the death of the baby. So abortion should be illegal, and evictionism is wrong.
Okay, and
Yeah, like doesn't.
So stupid. That's
She doesn't understand that water block has distinct definitions of killing. Like, he perceives it as only you can only. Yeah, no, he doesn't understand that what water block is saying is that it's not killing because they don't physically have like this distinctly developed capacity for reasoning. So like, if it's not in the third trimester and it's not developed to the stage where it can survive on its own, it's not killing. That's what water block's definition is. It's a distinct definition. And like, okay, even if the only way to evict it is to killing, this isn't direct killing. Like, if I say that I kicked you out of my house in the street in the freezing cold, like, I can say that, yeah, even if I kicked you out, I still didn't kill you. Right? I can't physically be charged with first-degree murder because I didn't physically kill you. Like, this was a precondition of nature that killed you. Like, it's at the same time. In fact, by this very analogy, they must concede to the Marxists, saying that if you don't if you're refused employment, you can starve and die. Like, if you don't work, you'll starve and die. They must concede that this is killing, because okay, I refused you the thing that would have kept you alive, just as I refused you the thing in the child scenario where I kicked you out of the house. Okay, so then it's natural forces that are killing you, but what's the distinction? If you believe that the latter is killing, then the first must also be killing. So, like, they have to wholly concede to the work or die thing. They can't start using natural coercion against that because it's the exact same scenario.
What the fuck is natural coercion?
It's basically just it's a contradiction in terms, to be fair, but people have started calling it that. It's the idea of involuntary force is like consumption being forced upon you. That's coercion in nature. Yeah, no, it's just a terminological phrase. I don't think it's literally meant to represent coercion. It's just coercion. So physically can't be prevented.
Minarchists are fucking idiots. And if they read Chaos Theory, they'd all be ANCAPs.
Yeah, why don't they just read Chaos Theory? Seriously.
Didn't Bree become an ANCAP because she read Chaos Theory?
Bree, like a couple weeks ago, she's like, I'll never be an ANCAP. She read Chaos Theory, she's an ANCAP now.
Yeah, Glyph turned me into an ANCAP in like 5 minutes, and I remember Walter Block.
Wait, I'll tell you a story. I was watching over my vacation. I didn't have any books with me, so I just spent my whole time watching lectures. It's so funny how all these ANCAPs became ANCAP from the same question. If free markets and private property are so good, why don't we apply this to courts and law? Rothbard was asked this question before ANCAP was a thing by some general liberals. He then thought to himself, holy shit, you're right, and created ANCAP. He asked that same question to Walter Block, which made Walter Block an ANCAP. And then now
No, I mean, when I was a minarchist, I've had people try to represent that as, to me, a reason why I shouldn't be a minarchist and why I should be a leftist. Like, why is if free markets are so efficient at everything, but it can't be applied to this this defense system, this judicial system, this protection agency? Why are you a minarchist then? Because clearly, minarchy isn't really efficient. It's just it can't be applied to everything. You can't uphold this market, so you shouldn't be a minarchist. And then I was like, shit, you're right. So I'm gonna become an ANCAP.
And then they created their worst enemy.
No, I mean,
question. Freaking Mo called it an appeal to composition fallacy.
oh, okay, but the worst thing that this argument is going off right now, that like, it's where the minarchists are winning as well. Like, this is where they're dumbest on. Well, actually, not really. They're most versed on it, but like, their logic is really, really incoherent. It's the idea that first, this whole idea of fucking radical capitalism, what the fuck? And second, this whole definition, semantical idea of capitalism, it really does not make sense. Like, you actually analyze the logic behind it, like I did with Alex, and it really does not make any sense. Like, I'm still waiting for a critique of my critique of his definition, because yeah, I will, because I'm not accepting his definition. It's wrong. Like, definitions usually are arbitrary, but his definition is wrong. Like,
Oh,
it's
by the
simply
way,
wrong.
did the
By Alex's definition, Hayek and Mises aren't capitalists.
Yeah, no,
I have a question, unrelated, but Craig, did the rationalism versus empiricism debate happen?
Oh no, yeah, Blake had to reschedule. We don't know when it's gonna
I
happen.
know who I'm gonna beat next round.
Wait, what? Oh yeah.
Yeah, no,
what are the? How many people are remaining, or like how many rounds are remaining?
Well, debate 2. So we're having Craig's girlfriend and Jack are debating Ben and Brent next couple days. Then we have to do Craig's debate. Then debate team 1, and then debate those teams. I think we have 3 more debates to have. Then we go second round.
yeah, no. I'm so confused what's happening with my girlfriend's debate, because they were like supposed to be debating the economic calculation problem, I think, and then the I think it was Brett and whoever else he's debating with. They prepped for environmentalism. What?
Wait, Craig, isn't your girlfriend a Marxist?
She's a Marxian.
What's the difference? What?
Marxists believe in dialectical materialism, and Marxians don't.
Are you gonna try to ANCAP pillar?
I mean, we've talked a few times about a few things. Like, we were talking a couple of nights ago about the commodification of social justice, mental illness, and racism and capitalism. I mean, I just ramble on half the time. I don't really. She just kind of listens to me. Like, I went on for like 2 hours about bum work and interest theory.
Yeah, bro. Like, I feel like if you start like forming like structural arguments against people who you're very close to, you're just gonna end up hating each other. If one of you does not switch, like if you get committed into a debate, it's just not gonna go well.
No, I mean, it's depending on how you Yeah, it's depending on how you take things. To be honest, it's important that, like, it's because I've debated. I know enough leftists, and I've debated way too much to take any debate personally. Now it's like I would never take a debate personally, and neither would she. To be honest, neither would people like Blake.
What's it called? With like all these leftists is like, why do they want to coerce it?
Yeah, I was kind of questioning this because I was asking her this question as well. It was like, even if these outcomes subjectively were like immoral, like I don't say like this sort of outgrouping idea that we outgroup people with mental illnesses, and then we say that they need treatment for it, and companies continue to try and source this idea for profit. Like, yeah, okay, maybe that's moral. That's wrong subjectively, but there's nothing like ethically wrong with this, nothing objectively wrong with it. I can only say in my subjective mind-dependent position that this feels wrong. Not because I have any backing or logical structure to it, but I can just say that this feels wrong.
Question from an ANCAP perspective, like communism is probably more moral and like subjective like morality thing, but like in terms of like normative ethics, fascism is more ethical, right?
No, yeah, I agree. Like, I actually say communism is probably more moral than capitalism. Like, yeah, okay, sure. It seems like a much better system and much like a much more coherent way and socially to live under. Like, yeah, okay. I don't have to deal with all these enterprises that I don't like. Personally, I don't like capitalism. I don't like the way it works. Like, it's not something that I would really enjoy, like, living under. I don't like going to school. I don't like going to work. I don't want to do this. But the thing is, when it comes to actual ethics and when it comes to actual efficiency, I know that, okay, even if I subjectively don't really like the way the system is operating, this is most ethical, and this is the way that we have to proceed as a society to ensure that everyone is.
No one wants to like. Well, actually, the thing with schooling, I'll talk about that in a bit. But when it comes to like the like working and stuff, like That's not. You can't really call that a problem with capitalism. You call it unless you like genuinely want like extinction of humanity. You can't really complain about like working. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like there's people that are anti-work. I don't understand this whole anti-work position. They act as if it's involuntary right now.
By
Like
very
it's
definition, me and you are anti-work.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm anti-involuntary employment because I don't want government involvement in the economy. I think work should be completely voluntary. If nobody wants to work, don't work. I mean, like yeah, we'll all have to self-produce, and economics will be severely reverted. But there's nothing ethically wrong with just stopping to work. Like if you value leisure more over actual work, then go leisure. I don't care. Like I mean, yeah, get fired from your job, whatever. That's fine. Like if you value that more, you do it. But like this is the sort of thing that's like they act as if this natural sort of idea that they're gonna starve or whatever. Like okay, that's an adaptation and a condition that's being put on you. If you really value leisure more than your life or work to continue your life, then you wouldn't work. That's simple. Like you'd starve to death. That's fine. Go starve to death. No one's stopping you. Like if this position was really anti-work, and if they were saying that like, I have to participate in the society, no, you don't. You don't have to participate. You could just as well leave right now and never go again. Like
Fuck off and make a commune. Leave me the fuck alone and leave my property rights alone.
yeah, like you want like maybe under this like the society we have now, then yeah, sure you may get arrested or something. Which then then coercion, great. I don't agree with this. You shouldn't be forced to work. I don't like what like it's they act as if like we're forcing their physiologically through coercion forcing them to work. Like no, you don't want to work, you want to starve to death, go starve to death. I don't care.
Yeah, like the whole thing is like I've heard some people say like, oh, but in a voluntary society, capitalism has too much power. It's gonna keep like expanding and take over all the communes. I'm just like,
I mean, like capitalism has too much power. Like, what do they mean? Like imperialism?
Because it's
like,
more efficient.
Yeah, I mean, if it's more efficient then and more people convert to it, great, no problem.
The original, like the origination of like money or any of this stuff that happened. All this like money, as we both know, came from like just people's self-interest. People want a medium of exchange. People value mediums of exchange in society. Otherwise, we wouldn't have money, right?
Yeah, it's like you have this sort of natural order where we say, okay, well, communes are dying out because they're inefficient and they're unable to satisfy consumer wants. Okay, great. Capitalism dies out because it's inefficient. Okay, great. I don't mind. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but like if it does, okay, great. I don't really care. Whatever's more efficient comes out on top. Like if you really want this sort of voluntary society, go off and start your own branch. Like if you think communism has to be global, okay, that sounds like a you problem. Go sort it.
Bro,
like this isn't our problem.
Shut the fuck up and concede communism is impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of idea that they all say, well, voluntarism isn't a sufficient ideology because communism needs to be global. Well, okay, well, that sounds like a problem in your system that you have to force people to go through it, which makes it intrinsically unethical. Like there's no way to not make it unethical. Like if people want to give up their private property, okay, great, that's not unethical. Communism, great, not unethical. But if you're forcing people to go through with it, give up their property, and if you're forcing this sort of transitory state, like I've heard Finn say before that he believes that if communism were to ever be achieved, then what would happen is the transitory state would have to be like an ultra-fascist order. Like, yeah, I totally agree. It would have to be.
And the shit that happened in Cambodia happens again, but way worse.
It's this sort of idea of like a vanguard party, and it's saying like, oh yeah, these people totally won't just corrupt and just sustain their own power, because that's definitely not in the nature of states to then expand their territory as they see income rising. Like this is within the nature of states to want to preserve their own power. To this sort of idea of a transitory state that would definitely just give up its power when it needs to. That's never going to happen. That's fucking dystopian. That's completely opposed to the nature of states. They will seek expansion through imperialism. What is going to happen in attempting to achieve communism through a transitory state is more imperialism, more war, and fascism.
Yeah.
Well, can I also apply that to ANCAPs?
No, you can't.
Not necessarily, because we believe in destabilizing the state through agorism. It's not.
Well, yeah, but on a country scale, you just get
Generic
imperialism through
trash
other
has entered the
countries.
waiting room.
No, wait. But what do you mean? On a decentralized scale,
On like
imperialism.
on a country scale, you'd get imperialism from other countries. Like the United States was just going flipping anarchy. Well, then we'd get fucked over by other countries.
I mean, not particularly, because we perceive benefits to everyone else. Like, I can pull up from chaos theory right now because I address this specifically, but
Who the fuck is generic trash in this call?
I fucking love black people.
Oh God.
Yeah, I can only be here for like 5 minutes. Somebody's calling. Yeah, I'm
no,
literally-
but I mean,
dead.
yeah. Imperialism on a decentralized scale within like an anarcho-capitalist society would be very, very unlikely, because the way of international trade and how we actually work is we work completely off like efficiency. We work completely off the Ricardian scale of comparative advantage. So what would be the actual interest in ruining trade opportunities when there are other statist countries that perceive far more power over themselves than to be gained from like invading a sort of anarchist society? And even so, even if they did, we'd have sufficient protection against those sort of statist communities, because privatized defense is simply more effective.
Well, so you said that imperialism is the nature of a state. So then, why is that any different in this case?
Because statism can impose restrictions over other states, which limits their own comparative advantage. If you have a society that is freely decentralized trading, which isn't proposing things like, or posing the threat of like tariffs or invasion, then what would be the interest? Because like in a statist society, we can say that, okay, well, we have this monopolistic interpretation that doesn't find a problem with violations of property rights. They can invade, they can imperialize, they can start war at any time. The anarchist society, they're posing no threat. They can't do that. That's not something that they can do. Because
but that's never been a worry historically. There's been plenty of justifications for people going into other countries and taking them over, even if it wasn't a benefit to them directly.
That's because there's not been any anarchist society, but there's always been that threat of imperialism there. That's not really something you can empirically represent.
Well, so why hasn't there been an anarchist society?
Because it's just something that's never been developed. It's never came to fruition.
Post-industrial.
Yeah, no, not in the sense that we'd advocate for.
There's been like ancient Iceland. It's like other countries that have been like really decentralized. There's never been like a full like anarcho-capitalist society like me and Tech would advocate for.
Well, couldn't that be because the state is the nature of man that becomes developed?
No. The natural state of man is
a state.
The natural state of man is anarchy.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, when we were born, we are not living under a state. When the start of humans came to be, we don't have any rulers above us. We don't have any unjust hierarchies when we were born. We're just there. There's nothing there. It's just no property. We don't own anything at that point except for ourselves. We don't have anything actual then. It's just us in like nature.
Yeah, but when we develop, we end up developing states, which is why everywhere you look, there's a state.
Doesn't mean a state is just or makes anything to be. Saying there's never been an anarchist society doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, neither does that really say that the natural state of man is statism. That's the natural state of man is still anarchy, even if there was a state developed.
Well, yeah, but if we were in anarchy, it would just lead to state eventually.
Not particularly. If you're talking competition-wise, like the development of a monopoly is seriously unlikely under a system characterized purely by competition. So if we're taking this sort of there's like very minimal barriers to entry other than investment itself, then the development of a monopoly is seriously unsustainable, especially with regards to efficiency and how competitors can undercut that so quickly. Like if a rights enforcement agency were to attempt to develop a monopoly, or even if they did develop a monopoly, they'd be undercut quickly because there's no enforcement they can make to stop other rights enforcement agencies from coming into the market competing against them, because they'd be ruled out by private arbitrators. So with these rights enforcement agencies then being undercut by competitors, they would simply keep losing market shares over and over again. So even if monopolies were to be developed, it's seriously, seriously unlikely that they could be any sort of level of sustainable.
But I mean, this just comes back to the basic criticisms of anarcho-capitalism and anarchy as a whole. Like the idea that monopolies will develop under a free market is something that's been, especially experience, has been regarded as one of the worst critiques of anarcho-capitalism to ever exist. So I would certainly go for better critiques.
Depends on what section of the market we're talking about. Like AT&T was evolved into a monopoly without no regulations.
I mean, it's pretty irrelevant. Like, even if there wasn't, there's still information distortions across the market, which essentially make it so that the capital is being allocated to sectors that have more fixed capital assets. And in that sense, there's going to be more developments of capital, which can de-incentivize market shares. Like coming into a market that has like more longer productive processes takes more real savings, which means that bigger entrepreneurs can access them. And if there's being more capital falsely allocated into those markets on the basis of false savings, then it's going to be that big entrepreneurs can only afford these entry into these markets, which is a direct consequence of government itself.
Well, even then, there would be no way to compete with these people at all. Like if we're talking about AT&T, it would have cost trillions of dollars to even attempt to compete with them on a global scale because it's AT&T, and so it was Bell's and we're talking about like a power company line, not a telephone line. So it's like you wouldn't want to compete with the smaller company or use a smaller company in this sort of business.
But then you have to ask why these were so expensive to begin with. What is driving these prices up? What is driving these barriers to entry up? And the answer to that is government restrictions on other areas of the economy that was misallocating capital into those sectors that was driving the prices up as more investment were to occur into those sectors, creating a bubble.
Well, no, not in this case, because if we're like, just think about it. So we're looking at Bell's right now, and so we're talking about a company that is a national telephone line. I think that would be the way to put it. But to even compete with these people to where it's like cross country, you would have to have an enormous amount of capital to even enter this business in the first place.
Yeah, and so then we just ask the question of how these even arise to have such high levels of capital, which is
because they were the first to it.
Well, okay, we'll say that they were the first to acquire all these resources in an open market that has has very little barriers of entry themselves. To say that then that they could acquire all this capital and then transfer it to the point where they could put artificial restrictions to make it so expensive that they can't actually, that they're restricting entry to these markets is almost a physical impossibility of themselves, because there's so many people that see the profit that can be acquired from acquiring this capital resource or this idea that they can capitalize on. And without this sort of existence of, say, things like patents on sort of ideas that then they see as profitable, competition can immediately enter those markets and undercut them to stop them from increasing their market share to begin with.
Yeah, but not in this market in particular. It would have cost trillions of dollars to even compete on any scale. Trillions, or it might be billions. I don't know if that was adjusted for inflation, but to enter the market at the time of to compete with AT&T would have cost astronomous amount of money. I've already
explained the reasoning for such high prices and how that wouldn't occur under a free market. So what happens under a non-free market system is irrelevant to our system. You can't empirically critique a free market. That's something you just can't do. If you really want to critique a free market, you have to do it a priori. Something that's never existed and can't be a full representation of any system. And even if it were to be, historical examples only provide examples of what happened in history of ceteris paribus conditions, which are near impossible to restitute in the future.
Well, I have to go. This has been fun. See ya.
See ya.
Alright, so juice milk him.
That was beautiful, Craig.
I'm not that good of a debater, so we'll see.
Yo, Craig, read a book
Mm-hmm.
the next weeks.
Read one or pick one?
Pick a book.
All right, but I've got right now I've got ethics of liberty, economics and ethics of private property, mystery of banking, foreign new liberty, denationalization of money, positive theory of capital, economic science. Economic science and the Austrian method. What's the government done to our money? The case against the Fed. Chaos theory. The first and second treaties of government. Critique of pure reason. Theory of money and credit. Epistemological problems of economics. Human action. The fluttering veil. Fatal conceit. Principles of economics. The pure time preference theory of interest. State and revolution. The ego on its own.
Here's my book stack. Pick a book to read together.
Like I can see them on Zoom.
I don't know. All right, here's the book that I want to read. Okay, you have this.
No, not yet. I'm getting it.
Okay, I don't think you have this one. I know you have this, right?
Yeah, I got it.
And you have this.
Yep.
Do economics and ethics of private property. I'll read it with you.
I've already read it.
Oh, okay.
I have pure time preference theory of interest, but yeah, I'm almost on that book. I want to read. Oh, you should get Capital and Disequilibrium, Craig.
Oh yeah, I'm getting that too.
Yeah, I want to read that really bad. Justin told me it's his favorite book ever.
Yeah, he's simping for it pretty hard. Nah, hold on, I'll try to find. Hold on, I'll try to find what I'm gonna get. So by the end of this month, I should have money, bank credit, and economic cycles, capital and structure, theory of free banking, less than zero, prices and production, profits, interest, and investment, capital and interest, monetary causality, I don't know how you say that, economic depressions, denationalization of money, principles of economics, ethics of liberty, failure of new economics, the gold standard, wage, labor, and capital, volume 1 and 2, time and money, capital and disequilibrium, Q ratings by Descartes, theory and history, ultimate foundation of economic science, choice, Austrian school business cycle theory, monetary theory of the trade cycle, on liberty, profits and losses, and a treatise of human nature.
Yeah, so we have a
That's
lot
what I'm
of
getting.
books, so we can start reading together.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should probably go over either the pure time preference theory of interest, the fluttering veil, or the ethics of liberty.
I'm down to read Ethics of Liberty. I don't want to read Pure Time Preference Theory of Interest. That book is pretty boring, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, I haven't really gone any further than the first paragraph, the first chapter after the introduction. What did you like gain from it? Like, what have you learned from it after reading it?
Started it off with, like, I skipped the introduction, like you told me to. But the first, like Rothbard's first part was pretty good.
Oh yeah, Rothbard's part was pretty good.
Origins of it, and then then it got to like Roger Garrison's like response to a neoclassical, and it was like a good response, but the like original critique was kind of shit, so it was pretty boring. And then it's like Israel Kurzner was like talking about like on the defense for it, which was like, I was like okay, and it's like, yeah, then I haven't read further on.
Yeah, I haven't went any further than the Mises' chapter in human action.
Ethics of Liberty.
Yeah, okay, so we should just do them too then. That's good enough for me. But I have to like physically read George Selwyn, and I want to cry. Oh god, going through the mystery of banking is going to be like going through what's the government done with our money in the case against the Fed combined. They were so similar. It was like the only thing I really learned from the case against the Fed that I didn't already learn from what the government done with our money ages ago was probably the more accounting aspect and the multiplier effect. Yeah, I didn't really learn like denationalization of money sounds terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's so pragmatic. Like it's crazy. Hold on, I'll try to pull up the contents because it's like 4 pages long. This book's only like 131 pages. It's insane. Like yeah, like
The practical proposal, free trade in money, proposal more practical than utopian European currency, free trade in banking, preventing government from concealing depreciation, competition in currencies not discussed by economics, initial advantages of a government monopoly in money, government certificate of metal weight and purity, the appearance of paper money, political and technical possibilities, controlling paper money, monopoly in money is buttressed government. Our history is largely inflation engineered by government, early Middle Ages, deflation, local or temporary, absolutism, suppressed merchants' attempts to create stable money, the superstition disproved by spontaneous money, private money preferred, legal tender creates uncertainty, taxes and contract, the confusion of Gracian's law, parallel currencies, trade coins, the private Swiss ducat, constant but not fixed value, control value by competition, effects of competition, 1,000 hounds, the village press, 3 questions, no clear distinction between money and non-money, pseudo-exactness, statistical measurement and scientific truth, legal fictions and effective economic theory, meanings and definitions, control by selling slash buying currency, and short-term lending, current issuing policy, the crucial factor, demand for currencies to hold, would competition disrupt the system, would parasitic currencies prevent control of currency value, cash purchase, holding reserves for future payments, standard of deferred payment, a reliable unit of account, a stable money, balancing errors, criteria of choice, effectiveness for accounting, again decisive, wholesale commodity prices as a standard of value for currencies over international regions, the cash balance approach and the value of velocity of circulation, a note on monetarism, why indexation is not suitable for a stable value of currency, the historical evidence, the supply of currency, stable prices, and the equivalence of investment and saving, neutral money fictitious, increased demand for liquidity, a single national currency, not several competing currencies, demand deposits are like banknotes or checks, new control over currencies, new banking practices, opposition to a new system from established bankers and from banking cranks, the problem of a dear stable money. Still going. No such thing as oil. Yup. No such thing as oil price or any other cost-push inflation, the problem of rigid prices and wages, the error of beneficial mild inflation, responsibility for unemployment would be traced back to trade unions, preventing general deflation, government the major source of instability, monetary policy a cause of depressions, government cannot act in the general interest, no more balance of payment problems, the addictive drug of cheap money, the abolition of central banks, no fixing of the interest rates, remove protection of official currency from competition, better even than gold, the wobbly anchor, competition would provide better money than would government monopoly of money unnecessary, difference between voluntary accepted and enforced paper money, national currency is not inevitable or desirable, rigidity, I don't know how you say that, of wages, raising national price structure is no solution, stable national price level could disrupt economic activity, good national money impossible under democratic government dependent on special interests, government monopoly of government and government expenditure, government money and unbalanced budgets, government power over money facilitates centralization, preventing rapid depreciation of formerly exclusive currency, introducing new currencies at once, not gradually, commercial bank policy. Pressures for return to national monetary monopolies, recurring governmental control of currency and capital movements, the possibility of a multiplicity of similar currency, the preservation of the standard of long-term debts, even while currencies may lose their value, new legal framework for banking, gold standard not the solution, good money can only come from self-interest, not from benevolence, is the competitive paper money currency practicable. Free money movement, it asks questions, it does an appendix, and then does references. And 131 pages.
Ben's bed and breakfast on the voluntaryisthaven account.
What?
Oh yeah, I was going to the account earlier. I hopped on the account to post like the link to like the saying that we're live, and I go on our following and I see Ben's breakfast.
What? Bro. Wait, are we still live? Bro, is anybody even watching at this point? What the fuck?
I didn't even check the live stream panel. What's the missing? Idealism's here, Ethernet is here.
Bro, wait, what? Wait, why don't you just get PI on the stream?
Yeah, on the stream. We have 4 watching. Oh, but also, no. He texted like 20 minutes ago.
No, right.
Bruh.
So, yo, chat, who's still here? What the fuck? We have 4 viewers.
Yeah. What's going on?
Just me and Craig like a normal voice call.
Yeah. Oh God.
We're going our fucking book talk.
Yeah, I mean, if we're like going off the contents that we have now, there's a lot that we can read. Like, there is a lot of material in those sections, so it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, I added another chapter in the libertarianism part.
Epic.
It's why we ought to have a libertarian society. See.
Bet. They'll appreciate the hour-long live eventually.
All right, at the end of every section, we're gonna put like a why we ought to have this or why we should have this.
Yeah, bet. We probably should be careful with the ought term though, because Ryan might come in and critique our book for deriving oughts from is.
We're not even deriving it from an is or to say okay, fair enough. We should have a libertarian society.
Up, niggas.
Yo.
Oh, what's up, Papa John?
What have we been talking about?
We were just talking about books. I was just reading the contents from denationalization of money. It's fucking crazy.
Hey, monetary imperialism. How well do you understand monetary imperialism, Craig?
It's been a while since I read on it, but it's not something that's at the forefront of my mind anyway, so I'd probably have to read on it again if I was to actually talk about it.
Okay, that's what monetary imperialism is. One of those things. It was like I felt like that was the most important thing that Hoppe has to write, but I totally just did not register what he was saying. Like, because, I mean, the general idea is that instead of using actual troops to colonize other countries, we use our currencies and we devalue their others, or I don't know how it works, but it's
it's more like the strategy that at least that was deployed in like World War II or something seems ridiculously effective at securing a currency for monetary imperialism. Like the sort of kind of not engaging in everything, waiting until like everyone needs loans and then letting everyone just kind of default on their debts and then transferring this so they lend money to them and solidify their place as a currency. And then even like then, if you in accordance with like Gratian's law or something, if you undervalue that money, that could like lead for very positive consequences since it can't be driven out of circulation. So the sort of ideas of monetary imperialism, it seems like a very efficient tactic anyway, just to kind of let war occur and then let people default on their debts so you can solidify your place as a currency and then that can be used to establish a world government and central bank.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. See, I feel like that's like talks about that. He just talked about it a good bit, but he didn't talk about it like. I don't know. It seemed very brief to me, but I felt
it seemed most like repetition to me as well.
Yeah. A lot of some parts in the econ are very like confusing at times to me. So. Especially that aspect of it. A lot of chapters were better than others, but
so some of the chapters were pretty good, but most of the stuff that he said, like, is really just about picking out key elements in that book, because that book could have been done in like 200 pages. It did not need to be that long. It was mostly just him repeating stuff or going over irrelevant points that really didn't need to be touched on. So if it's like for key points, it really could just be summarized in about 200 odd pages.
Yeah.
so how's it
What?
going?
How am I going?
Wait, Craig, go to Omegle and find Chloe. Comrade Chloe.
I mean, if I wasn't like on my phone, I probably could, but like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do that on my phone. And while I'm on Zoom as well, but I mean, if she like wants to set up a debate, I'd totally be down.
Alright, Craig, I'll challenge her to it. Craig, I'll LARP as an evictionist with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think doing me and Scott would be a little overboard.
That's just bullying at that point. Don't worry, I have the ultimate case for evictionism. Alright, we should keep abortion legal because leftists exist and we should abort all leftists.
Yes, dude. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Here's the distinction, right? We can make them suffer even more by making it so they're only aborted because of private property.
But how we're not going to be able to achieve the private property unless demographics shift in our favor, and the only way demographics can shift in our favor is if they get their abortions.
I mean, sure, go for it. I mean, I have no opposition to abortion, so yeah,
I don't know. I think the abortion aspect, in terms of birth rates, I think that's such an important thing because I think, liberty within our lifetime may look different, but than what we envision it. But I think give it 2 generations, let the birth rates continue out, and I think there's going to be a huge shift rightward. Maybe not in our direction, but.
I mean, let's hope it goes in our direction because we don't have much left.
And what's crazy is, I think, the paleo-libertarians, this is going to sound crazy, but if Trump gets stolen out of this election, I think the American paleo-libertarians have to be sympathetic to Trump because you have a huge 50 million disenfranchised Trump voters that feel like there is. And to be fair, I mean, there is that kind of QAnon stuff. That is our kind of stuff. We could literally be like, there is a deep state and there is nefarious things going on than what goes, in the CIA and the FBI. And it is very plausible that Trump got cheated out of the election by the deep state and thus we're trying to, destroy them.
Oh no, I mean 100%. Like if Trump loses this election, like it could, especially with protection agencies and the government as a whole, like that could be a chance for like mass conversion to anarchy, like using class consciousness. Because if people are feeling disenfranchised with the electoral system and the defense service as a whole, like with the FBI and the CIA, like that sort of the exposed corruption within like the deep state as a whole could be used as a mass conversion for libertarianism. So if Trump does like genuinely lose this election, I think it could be a huge pendulum shift to like towards libertarianism, so long as we do what we're supposed to do and do it right.
Yes, the rhetoric has to be like abolish the CIA, get rid of the FBI, get rid of the use the same rhetoric that these Trumpers are using, but then sprinkle. You know what I mean? And because I've talked to Trumpers before, like the older ones, like they're not opposed to getting rid of Social Security. They're not opposed to getting rid of the income tax. These boomer cons, like people hate on them, but they're actually very they're very anti-Social Security, anti-income tax, and these things that we put more at the forefront now. Obviously the war part, I don't think they really care about war as much. Obviously they've all been Trump-pilled now, so that's a good thing. Trump's an anti-war guy. They don't, and this whole America First rhetoric, why are we pumping money to Israel or something like that, or I don't know. I think Trump's doing wonders, and we don't know it. I think a lot of people I don't know. My views on Trump have drastically changed from really hating him to really, well, this guy he could really be utilized for something incredible here. And looking at the way the election's going, who knows? He might even fucking clutch up.
No, yeah, definitely. I'm not a big pragmatism guy, but like just looking from an outside in on how like Trump can be utilized rhetorically, especially like the more that he's kind of shown to be pushed out, that could be like a huge opportunity just to kind of sweep people and show them what's actually going on. Like especially if we remain like rhetorically sympathetic to him, in the sense that we say, okay, well, look at what happened with your preferred candidate. Look what's going to continue happening with anyone like him in the future. That sort of rhetoric could really, really be, they could like really positively impact the libertarian community.
I think, and I was even thinking about it, I think, but in this is a more of a negative view on that, is I think that if we don't capitalize on the rhetoric first, then the paleocons are, and all of that momentum is going to shift towards them because they're already utilizing the deep state and the we really got to get on our game and like I don't know, I mean there really has to, and so I don't know if I think the paleocons might be able to pull the disenfranchised Trump voters their way as opposed to the opposite way. You never know.
Yeah, it's especially not helpful considering that, like, with neocons and general conservatives, like, they're far closer to paleocons than they are to, like, an anarchist like we are. So, like, trying to make them take that huge step over, okay, we see these governmental corruptions, and not take the sway towards, okay, well, we need more oversight from the population. Like, that's not something that would be particularly, like, if we can sweep them away from the rhetoric that my sort of country is doing good by the standard of this patriotism, and show that patriotism itself is actually just a cover up for what's actually going on, and by affirming patriotism that they're affirming all these sort of things happening, and they're just continually reaffirming this sort of existence of continual corruption in states, and that they'll never get anything that they want by this method. Like, affirming, it's a difficult task, but affirming libertarianism as a pragmatic approach and then turning it into theory, that would probably be the most preferable approach in my view.
Yeah, we don't even have to make it as big of a jump. You were saying it's a big jump. I mean, Rothbard talked about that in a lot of articles he wrote. In particular, he goes, like, for issues such as drugs, pornography, these things that we think should be legal, he goes, okay, we shouldn't probably run up with that simply because, you know, if you ask your average conservative, they're not going to be pro anything. So let's just say, let's leave it up to the states, right? Because that's better than saying, you simply saying, let's leave it up to the states is a better alternative than saying, okay, we should just, go for it, because at that point, we're not going to be winning any hearts and minds. But we should also make sure we're not pandering, you know what I mean? In terms of like a Rand Paul approach or the current approach, just pandering. We need to be, principled or whatever it be. It's like,
it's just an imperative that we avoid the sort of Joe Jorgensen strategy of appealing to more socially progressive liberals. That is not a good idea. Really not a good idea. As libertarians who want to privatize basically everything, it's not a good strategy to pander to people who are very much for government oversight of certain industries.
And I think what was it? I think in terms like Joe Jorgensen, she just like the LP they didn't touch the issue of riots. They didn't talk about riots. They didn't talk about the lockdowns. They and you really want to appeal to the Trump crowd. Like I heard LP Mises Caucus person go, the best way to appeal it is have an in-person convention, right? To really show that we don't give a shit about this government lockdown. We're gonna have an in-person convention, and we're fuck the rules. And
like Joe Jorgensen, especially, she came out in support of fucking Chaz.
Yeah, it's like obviously we were all supporting, but it's just like you don't support, like the second the protesters burnt down the Target, first off, the second BLM destroyed the Target and started burning down the city, they lost all sympathy from the right, and the right instantly went from, okay, I'm really sympathetic to George Floyd, to, okay, we need to militarize the police and unleash them on the cities. Like I said, BLM screwed themselves. Yeah, and also it's like, also with Joe Jorgensen, she also goes, it's like we should not. The second they started burning shit down was the second we should have dumped that movement. It's like you can be anti-police, but also not support BLM, and you know what I mean. It's cool.
Yeah, when that occurred, more emphasis definitely should have been put on the fact that they were harming small businesses, small people just trying to make a living, the properties that they were damaging, and how unethical they were actually being as citizens of a country to even appeal to that sort of patriotism. Like, this sort of idea really should have been emphasized, of like they were harming
these sort of poor people they were trying to protect, and they were actually making things a lot worse. They were putting more people in danger around this police that they so-called that they would supposedly want to keep people safe and away from by rioting, and they're putting these sort of people in danger that they're supposedly trying to protect. Way more emphasis should have been put on the direct contradictions within this movement itself, and that would have appealed far more.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think like Dave Smith talks about that all the time. And he goes, and like I was saying earlier, it's like the second they start to bring it down, but it's like that anti-police movement, like BLM had real potential to make change, but they fucked themselves by burning shit down. Like all white, like no conservative ever was, oh, what happened to George Floyd was a good thing. Maybe the paleo more fashy said that, but no like regular conservative boomer con or anyone for that matter said what happened to George Floyd was okay. But also I mean, and they were all like ready to make reform, but then they obviously started breaking it down, and then there's like, oh shit, that's why we need the police.
Like even like the even the Republican Party itself, like after the thing in the Rand Paul was the one leading the justice for that. But then the leftists were against that, even the liberals, and then like the Libertarian Party could be like they need to appeal to like the actual like right, not the left, when they're trying to get people to their side.
Yeah, I mean the sort of the sympathy that was going towards the sort of judicial reform before, because obviously what happened was like a fucking outrage. That's obvious, but what then occurred made the situation seem like it almost shifted the blame. That it's more like well, we have these sort of blames where we say, okay, what happened to the judicial system was absolutely horrible. We need reform so we can fix this from happening again. And almost everyone was sympathetic to that. Like, it was recognized that almost unanimously, apart from the sort of like the really extreme sort of, as you say, like paleo conservative and more fascist orientated people. It's but like your sort of average demographic for the electoral votes would have been very sympathetic to just judicial reform, but by then harming those same people, it was obviously going to shoot himself in the foot. So by then, rather than acting sympathetic to it, by protecting those sort of people rhetorically and saying that, okay, well, what's happening should absolutely be condemned. We don't support this. This is a harming property owners. These same sort of people that are being impacted by the police are now being impacted by the same people pretending to protect them. So we're completely opposed to this. And what we should have done is then said that while we do completely support judicial reform and we want to prevent this from happening, we see a far more diplomatic and respectful approach to doing this through the system itself, rather than having to take a violent approach to it, which would have gathered a lot more respect, especially from the older generations.
Yeah. The time preferences, the business owners, they're not they're shortening the production process by not being, it's like also with what you're saying, it's like the business owners can't even defend their businesses or they get fucking, remember that Missouri couple that was like with their guns out on their front yard when those people broke into the gate of their yard and then oh my Lord. That was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, people are looking for those who will protect them. That's obvious. That's something they want their property protected. They want their assets protected. They want their possessions protected. They want their family protected. By appealing to those sort of people and protecting them in the sense that, okay, well, we do support judicial reform to protect you from this evil. We also don't support these rights to protect you from this evil. So that way we sort of pander to everyone and saying that, okay, we support this judicial reform because what is happening is horrible and is evil. And what is happening with the riots is just as horrible and just as evil and putting even more people in danger. What we want to do is we want to protect you and want to keep you safe, in the sense that by appealing to us and appealing to the sort of the diplomatic approach we do it, we can do this in a far more civilized manner and saying that we can fix this judicial system by negotiating and being reasonable, but not like with this sort of violent revolution approach that so many people are like still, even from like Red Scare times, like still so like pushed away from. Like that's something as well that needs to be considered. Like the impacts of Red Scare and revolution, that sort of thing is so ideologically distant.
argue that the Cold War affected a strong negative effect on libertarians.
Oh yeah.
I've talked about this before. Like when the ANCAP came to be, when Rothbard first coined the term in like I forgot exactly what century, like what decade it was. Was it like 40s, 50s, something like that?
It's like 60s. It was the Libertarian Manifesto, and when he was the first one to bring the term mainstream to what it meant. It meant anarchist in France and French, and obviously that's what's the bullshit. It's like, oh, it was libertarian was made by French. Yeah, it's like it has a different meaning when you say it in English versus when you say it in French. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So like when ANCAP was first created, the actual mainstream movement of it, we were in a period of like civil rights act, civil rights movement, and vast expansion of the state, and almost everyone in society supported a bigger state at that time. And there was like no libertarians around. Like Rothbard said, there was like maybe 25 libertarians in the country when he was like younger, right? They never started growing more, but it's still not enough to like actually get another libertarian going. Like the amount of growing state and the amount of like information being put in people's heads was like, we need a state at this point. There's like, especially with the myth of like public goods and like private versus like military is one of the big things that was like happening there. We need a government or military to protect us, keep us free, right? One of the big things that came out of the Cold War. That harmed the movement today, even those years, which is why
even libertarian, even like libertarian-esque people like Milton Friedman, they, it's funny. I don't know if you know this. Milton Friedman, I don't know if he openly supported the war, but he wrote a series of essays, and he goes, why you should get rid of the draft, getting rid of the draft in the Vietnam will make our troops more effective.
It was, I think, Walter Block. It was either Walter Block or Murray Rothbard in a lecture. Murray Rothbard was like later years, and Walter Block now, talking about how Milton Friedman literally supported getting rid of the draft to have
make our troops more effective, and that's just like one of those like consequentialist, utilitarian like approaches to that kind of stuff, where it's like, it's funny. While Rothbard and the Murray gang of bandits were, were anti, because they're like very few non-interventionists. Besides that, maybe the paleocons, I guess. I don't know. The paleos.
It's all insane, man. All this like different shit and like all this different strong. Like the point of intellectual discourse is like you have like PKs, right? You have like the Austrians, and we're like definitely like the smartest people in economics when it comes to that. And you have
PKs. No, I hate to break it to you, but the PKs are fucking retarded. Like they're okay.
Compared to the mainstream, they're smarter.
No, like, well, here's the thing. I think like I said, they get a couple things right. They know the hetero nature of capital, and I believe they get a couple other. I think, but in terms of like money, right, and understanding money, and they're really fucking bad because they like. First off, their definition of money, I forget what it was, but it's really like, this is Randall Ray's definition. I don't know if every Austrian, every PK goes on the same definition, but it was like something that's like a credit tool, right? And so the thing is like, PKs critique gold and these items, but the problem is that if your definition of money is not something, your definition of money is credit or something, then you're leaving gold and all these commodities completely out of any analysis you could possibly have. So of course, gold's not going to be considered money in your eyes because you have a completely definition. And then the like origin of money, story is that it, money is created as a debt tool because there's, in their critique of Austrian origin of monies, there's no anthropological proof of a barter economy. But then obviously Mises I don't think they disagree with that, because their argument would be, well, a debt tool is probably a medium of exchange. So, and also there's never really been but it's like, we don't necessarily disagree with that point either. So it's like, the critique is really not a critique.
Yeah, no, I mean, the sort of impact that at least a barter, like, okay, even if there was some sort of debt system, say like IOUs or something, okay, this is still a natural development of money either way. Like,
Yeah.
if there's no sort of like proof of existence of a macro barter economy, obviously it's going to exist on a sort of micro scale between individual transactions. That's not going to be something that's necessarily observable like hundreds of thousands of years later. That's just not something that's going to happen necessarily. But it's like we know that this has existed at some point because it still exists today. Direct exchange still exists, so we know the barter exchange does exist. So this sort of isolated household economy, once this inevitably began to expand, like even if direct exchange did not occur, the natural development of money through that IOU system would have just been considered a medium of exchange. So that's either way, their whole concession it comes immediately.
Yeah, and then there's also their views on the business cycle that they do believe that interest rates will play a role, but they're not big enough role to play, which I always thought is kind of funny because, you know, Thomas Wilson was talking to me about this. He goes, you know why they call them Lord Keynes? Because he's so rich and aristocracy, because he didn't understand things, and that's the difference between Hayek and him. Hayek understood why businesses did the things they did, and he understood that interest rates played a huge part in the economy, and Keynes really had no understanding of that. And that's PK. Like I just think that's so funny because it's like Hayek was out, he was well-connected businessmen and entrepreneurs, and he understood that this is how investments occurred. They based a lot of their, business around interest rates and so much. And I just think, I don't know, it's crazy. I just think that's a crazy view to have. Lord Haseeb should be his name.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very, like, at least in the post-Keynesian view, from what I've heard from Haseeb specifically, I think it's severely left unemphasized how important interest rates are to intertemporal communication and the production structure. Like, I think, at least from an entrepreneurial standpoint, I think it's of absolute necessity that interest rates are taken into like an integral analysis of what sort of profitability the future will be, because the interest rate is the only connector between like those present goods and those future goods. There is no other connector. Like, money can only connect the uncertainty of the future investments. Like, interest rate is a real value, not as a nominal one, but like as like a connector. This is all you can infer. So like about the future, you can forecast through the interest rate. It all comes back down to, if you're trying to anticipate something regarding like the production structure, you're going to integrally use the interest rate, because there is no other form of intertemporal communication. You can only look at past historical exchange ratios. If you don't have these, like, and obviously they're constantly developing, so if these exchange ratios are constantly changing and you have no other way to estimate the future or estimate time preferences or resource availability based on, like, say, factors of prices or factors of production, like, because obviously there's the gaps, there's the time lags between prices adapting. So the interest rate itself as a real value, this should be heavily emphasized in any entrepreneurial practice, to say, okay, this process is generally going to be more profitable, so I'm going to allocate more capital here. And this is the same sort of consistent forecasting that's going to be seen along the entrepreneurial lines. So we have more capital being allocated here, and because we're seeing that these are going to be more profitable in the future, because this is the only form of intertemporal communication that we have. If there's no other way to communicate intertemporally, then I have nothing else to infer for but the real interest rate, which I think is there. Obviously, if this is being manipulated, then this is going to lead to misallocations of capital. So I think the sort of taking away from how important the interest rate actually is to production is severely reductionary.
I saw Steve King. He's a post-Keynesian. I don't know if you heard of him. He's Australian post-Keynesian, and he goes, he's explaining what caused 2008, and he was looking at the mortgage credit, I believe, or something like that, and I was like, that is all influenced by interest rate. It's like there's A, B, and C, and we're at A and he's at like C, or he's at B, right? He's not looking at what causes the mortgage credit to be that level, right? And so it's like, what causes the mortgage loans to be at that level? It's like, well, it's the interest rates, right? And I think it was Alec who was saying this, and he's talking about the federal fund rate, and because there's like a great correlation between the federal fund rate, mortgage rates, and every other type of retail rate on the market, I think. So, which I find is, I don't know enough about the correlation between those, but I don't know. What does Hasib think what causes recessions?
I believe he believes in the financial instability hypothesis, which I think is an explanation for recession, but I'm not 100% sure how it applies without credit expansion.
Yeah. Integrated markets.
Yeah, I remember Bob Murphy talking about it, and he was talking about how it necessitates a fractional reserve banking system in order to be a valid hypothesis, so it can't really be considered an absolute claim. And but I mean, it seems very contradictory alone to like, at least within the sort of description of instability, to further necessitate like a Federal Reserve System which distorts forecasting continuously and perpetuates instability further. So I mean, using the instability to offset the instability doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, Peter Schiff has a good quote about it. He had a good tweet about it towards the beginning of 2020 kind of recession. What do you consider this? Recession or depression at this point? I don't even know. But
I mean, depression's coming, at least we know that.
But he has this great, it's like the thing, it's like we're like, this whole entire economy is so integrated that if there's just one small wave, one domino falls, it's all eventually going to fall because our financial groundings are so weak. No one has material savings, right? More people are in, Hasib and the Keynesians, they don't understand. This is the most important part. In order to combat any type of business cycle, it's to have ground, like material savings, right? So, if you look at personal savings, our personal savings are not actually that different from 1945. Now, our personal savings, it's about 10% lower on average, right? But the difference between 1945 and right now is that we're nearly like 20 times more in debt than we were then. You know what I mean? People weren't in debt as much as they were then. And so our financial standings are horrible, right? It's like only 80% of people in America have less than $1,000 of material savings, of material income, like money, right? Because more people 80% of Americans are in more debt than they are, than savings, right? Than they have, in their liquid account, right? And so if there's any recession, any domino that falls is going to cause some sort of recession because people are living paycheck to paycheck. And then what caused that, Hasib? Well, I don't know. Maybe going off the gold standard and go, to that. I don't know. But you get what I'm saying. We would, I can't. I don't know what I'm really talking. I'm not talking too sound, but my point. In terms of, I don't know. We do have an very integrated financial market. Any type of thing that happens, if it wasn't COVID, it was going to be something else, and we would have seen just as nearly as bad of a recession. Not 14%, I don't believe, but we would have seen a bad recession if it wasn't COVID. It was going to be something else. So
yeah, I mean, especially with like the integration of like inflation within the economy itself, like benefiting debtors over creditors, that sort of incentivization that we say. So people forecast that inflation is coming because of the Federal Reserve, and then say, okay, well, if this money is being discounted, I may as well take more loans out now, so I can pay less back in the future of this nominal value because it's not tied to this index of real value. So as like this sort of incentivizing taking out loans and kind of, with especially long-term loans, like if we forecast more inflation coming, there's going to be like more long-term bonds or something like that there's going to be paid. The people are going to pay. The debtors are going to pay far less back into. So this sort of incentivization for like to invest rather than actually save is kind of just coming up on this idea that it's savings, and this is where Keynes comes in, I guess, because it's like this sort of idea that we need to increase aggregate demand, we need more investment, we should stray away from savings. Savings is a sort of evil force, and it's simply not true. It's like this: we need this economic prosperity in order to grow as an economy, especially when we're so intertemporally communicated. And when we're having like this sort of extremely integrated bond financial markets with this sort of the government treasuries and everything like that that's being issued, this sort of idea that we're making the demand for money alone hard enough to forecast in the future, and then we're seeing these sort of inflation where we're decreasing the amount of savings and like we're incentivizing more debt and more loans to be taken out. It's not beneficial for the economy. If we really want to bounce back from this, we need to stop investing as much as we can. We need to save more. We need,
So okay, I have a question. So this is okay. So this is something I have a hard time understanding in terms of what, because I know a lot of like Ostropunk and those guys are anti-deflation, right? So I understand why deflation in terms of contracting the money supply is bad, right? It hurts the people who are debting, and right now a contraction in money supply would be really bad. But however, if the definition of deflation is a contraction of money supply, I agree. Deflation is a bad thing. It would be really bad right now, I think. But in terms of deflation, in terms of prices decreasing, how, and I think that's what Ostro said. He said, yes, that's my definition of deflation. How is that a bad thing in terms of, how is that particularly a bad thing in terms of prices decreasing, consumer?
So yeah, I'm gonna assume that he is using the price level definition of inflation or deflation, sorry, because that's what he uses for inflation. But generally, what I'd assume, at least from his generally more Lockman Hayekian roots, is that he would believe that monetary disequilibrium distorts forecasting in the sense that prices are sticky. So if these sort of prices are sticky, entrepreneurs can't correctly anticipate their changes, which will lead to an eventual misallocation of capital, which is where the ideas of credit expansion and offsetting these effects going to come in from central banking or commercial.
So that's so confusing to me, because it seems like everyone's using different definitions of inflation and deflation, and then they're operating off the other definition of inflation, but they're saying that it's the opposite. I know that sounds crazy what I just said, but that just to me sounds so confusing, because let's say there is a prices generally decreasing in certain of our consumer goods. Prices are decreasing with houses and so much, but prices are steadily deflating, right? I could see how a rapid deflation and a volatile deflation could cause maybe poor, economic calculation in terms of the entrepreneur. I get that, right? But it's really hard to understand that kind of perspective, because that's something I've been trying to wrap my head around for literally ever, and I don't get it. It's just so hard for me to get, because I don't know I get inflation causes poor economic calculation, but obviously steady inflation, I could, steady deflation, it's more easy to calculate. You can never have, I don't think you can have perfect economic calculation. You can have near damn perfect if, inflation or deflation is relatively stable, right? Because wouldn't deflation be how our real incomes rise, prices decrease?
Yeah, it would be. I don't specifically know with a general deflation, because it doesn't seem like it would impact forecasting too much. I think it more affects supply shocks or demand shocks. But as a general deflation, I know it's got something to do with monetary disequilibrium, and that sort of idea. I believes disequilibrium is bad, but I don't specifically know why. I need to read into monetarism more to understand his ideas specifically. So I don't want to speak for him, because I don't understand his ideas, and I'm not going to claim that I do.
So do you view deflation as a bad thing?
I mean, I wouldn't specifically view general deflation of the price level as a bad thing. I think falling prices are a good thing, but wait, what? Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure his book that I have coming, Less Than Zero, was a case for falling prices. So I don't think a general deflation is a bad thing. I think it confers enormous social benefit, and especially with that sort of idea that with credit expansion, voiding the need for credit expansion through increasing the demand for money and decreasing real cash balances is generally a better option than causing the business cycle and causing all these economic distortions everywhere. So I don't think a deflation is necessarily bad if it has a general deflation, but I also need to look into monetary disequilibrium more to form an exact opinion.
So do I. So I'm gonna read this soon.
What is that?
The Fluttering Veil. It's a collection of essays on monetary disequilibrium theory.
Craig, do you think that a private bank can properly run a fiat?
I probably need to read the nationalization of money because I know he covers it in that, but I think generally that seems like I think maybe on the basis of the if they were inflating too much without accordance to the price level or other banks, they would abstain. People would abstain from investing in them since their money's unstable. But
doesn't
it seems like
tend to create like a partial barter system because most of the banks have gold backed, and then that bank has nothing backed. So why would I want to trade with you who has? I can't even trade your. Why would I do business with you if your currency is not even gold backed? I can't take it to my bank and exchange it for gold or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's called like the discounting effect or debasement, I think, of titles. So, like, you have this sort of idea where if you know that a bank isn't a full reserve bank and if it's a fractional reserve bank, money titles may not be treated as their exact replica and what they claim is backed by gold. So, like, if I have a certain nominal value that's said to be backed in a certain amount of weight by gold, but I don't actually possess the gold, people might treat that money as, like, it doesn't represent the full value of what's actually being held in reserves or what should be held in reserves. But if it's like fully backed, there's no reason why it shouldn't be held in. It should be debased in any way. I think actually there was a historical example of this. I think it might have been during the American Civil War. I'm not 100% sure. I know Rothbard covered it in the case against the Fed, but there was some place I don't fully remember. It was during a sort of civil war, and their banking systems were operating off like hyperinflation, and they were issuing titles. Yeah, and they were issuing like these unbacked claims, and the money kept getting devalued and devalued because it wasn't backed by anything.
Yeah. In the Civil War, the North funded it like almost exclusively through taxes and through savings. But the South, like compared to like the output of the South, they didn't have enough money to fund it through taxes. So what they did was they completely abandoned the principle of a gold standard and started printing more money to fund the war. And eventually got so bad that the inflation rate reached 9,000% by the end of the war.
Well,
yeah,
it depends on what you see. That's why I hate the definition of inflation because it's like, okay, so price levels increased by 9,000, right? But is that a result of printing money or is that a result of supply shocks and demand shocks? Like,
I believe the definition that Rothbard was operating off when he wrote about it was purely in a commodity standard. So he was saying that the amount of money printed unbacked by the commodity in reserves. That was his definition of inflation.
Okay, so so money supply increased by 9,000%.
I believe that.
By the end of the war, I did do a project on this, so I kind of know. So the North got like 95% of its funding through taxes. They still had a little bit of inflation to like make up the 5%, but like overall they were like a lot more stable in the South, who was like insanely less.
I wish, like, I've watched a lot of Thomas DiLorenzo stuff on the North versus Abraham Lincoln and stuff like that. Dude, the more you watch Tom, the more it's like, dude, I really hate this Abraham Lincoln guy. It's just crazy.
By the way, I'm just saying, but that sort of rhetoric would be really good for a podcast.
Yeah, I'm down.
It seems like super fitting.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down sort of. Can you guys talk about the FIH? Oh, FIH. I think it could be like. I haven't looked much into it, but I think a proper banking system, I think, would be kind of relevant.
Dude, get Tom DiLorenzo on the show.
Oof.
That'd be a crazy interview. I doubt he could accept, but I mean,
Tom Woods straight up denied us.
I don't know. He's not as big as a celeb as Tom Woods, but we get Dave Smith. But we would never. What would we ask him? Dave Smith is not a very smart person. He's just a very funny person.
Yo, should we ask
You know.
Peter Schiff?
He would never, dude. No, he would definitely not accept. Actually, no, I take that back. He probably might accept because I've seen a lot of his interviews. Dude, he goes on shows with less like 1,000 subscribers. You know who would though? Brian Kaplan. Brian Kaplan might.
Yeah, Brian Kaplan, I think probably would, but like he's such a
Benjamin Powell might. That that brown that redhead guy. He's done some Mises U talks. He's like he's an Austrian for open borders, or maybe not open borders, but he's for immigration.
So as many academics as we can get on, we should just do it because expanding that outreach and getting like actual straight up like talks with them would be really helpful, not only intellectually but for publicity.
We got to DM Tom. We have to DM Tom on Twitter, like so his secretary doesn't respond to his email.
De Lorenzo or who?
Oh, Tom Woods.
Tom Woods, email manager, emailed me like a week and a half after I sent the original email, like, oh, Tom Woods respectfully declines.
You know who would be epic to get on here though? George Selgin. That would be pretty epic. I won't debate him, I promise.
Who?
No, I'd get smacked around.
We should get
Who would you debate?
Is Jaeger
George
still
Selgin.
Jaeger's still alive, right?
Who?
We're talking about George Selgin.
We need to get Hoppa on here.
I'm actually down to ask Hoppa. Scott said no.
No, but if you've watched like Tom Woods or Michael Malice or Dave Smith or any of those guys, they've talked about Hoppa before. It's like no one can ever get an interview with Hoppa. It's like an impossible task. Like Tom Woods has been trying to ask Hoppa for the last like 10 years and he's never gotten back to him. But then Michael Malice managed to get an interview with him. Like, could you imagine a bomb just like obscure
jokes on that point?
Hey, look, I mean, he did decline our interview, so like, if we got an interview with Hoppa, we could just like send him the link afterwards, just attached to the email we previously sent him.
No, we should edit a video of Hoppa. It's like Hoppa's camera's not working right now, and he's like, we just like edit clips of him. He's like, hello, and then he just starts. And we edit, then we like make a thing of him talking and like. Oh my goodness. That'd be so funny. That's what we need to do. Hoppa.
I'm actually down to
What is
should
it?
we actually ask Hoppa to come on for jokes?
God. That'd be a tough task. If you want to ask him, go for it, but I doubt he's gonna say yes.
Does he even use his email, his Mises email anymore?
I don't know.
How long has he been gone for? Like how long has he been in retirement for?
He's like 3 years.
Yeah, I doubt very highly even uses the email anymore then. But I mean,
if we get Hoppa on, that'd be insane.
yeah, I have a lot of questions because I really like Hoppa's writing. So like, I've read quite a bit of his stuff. So
Yeah, I've read a lot of his stuff. Democracy, the god that fills his best work, definitely.
What are you asking for Christmas, Craig?
I've literally just got books.
That's it?
Yeah,
Not a toothbrush, not a razor.
I don't need one. I mean, yeah, I just got like a little bit of food and then just books.
Food. Christmas time to eat. But like, let's face it, we can get Hoppa, we can get Selgin, we can get Garrison, Lewin.
Yeah, I know Selgin has responded to Alec a few times on Twitter, so we can definitely ask Alec to send them a tweet.
Oh yeah, but we could go through
Honestly,
Baker.
I think you could probably get Bob Murphy. I'm just being honest. I think you might be able to snag a Bob there. Hey, 30-minute interview. Come do a 30-minute interview with us. Promise I won't waste your time. You know, because the thing is, you got to ask for really short interviews because that's what, you know, I see. I just like watch Tom Woods a lot, and so I just see like he does really like short interviews, like so.
Yeah, what we done with Walter Block was like we went into like extensive detail with everything, so we kind of need to avoid that. Ask like general questions and like ask for general overviews, not like hyper specific.
Actually, went really less. So Scott started off asking the blocking interviews though, and then Walter Block
Provide, yeah.
went into evictionism, property, like property rights, and like libertarian contract theory. So he went like a causal chain to like explain like a lot of stuff.
I mean, let's just be honest. We spent half the interview talking about sex.
This is your fucking question, Craig.
I asked that like ages ago when we were in that conversation.
Let me be clear here. With that I really wish I was able to be there for that interview. However, I managed to put my headphones in and get to listen to kind of like, I think it was towards the end I managed to listen. But it was like y'all like were asking him really super like Slater and was asking me like this really fucking complex question. I was like, God damn, like whatever, like, hey, what's your thoughts on fractional reserve? Like just something simple, you know what I mean? Like, okay, what's your thought? You know, you're having intercourse and the penis is in, but you don't want to pull out. Like, it's like, and it's crazy how comfortable Locke was able to talk about it. I can tell. I don't know. Zane, I sent it in the group chat. I know Zane watched it, but I sent this interview of Block. I'm talking about Murray Rothbard, and that made so much sense to me, that interview, because I always wondered why like Walter Block was so nice to literally everyone, like why he's so nice, why he's so like
Walter Block,
you know, like
inspired by Rothbard a lot in terms of that.
yeah, like, because the thing with Rothbard is Rothbard, like Walter Block, and I even felt this. Like I even felt like, why are we deserving of Walter Block's attention? Like we're not good enough for him. But then it was like that's how Walter felt about Murray. Like Murray did not,
Murray
you know.
Rothbard and stuff, like Walter Block. I watched Walter Block's lecture on Murray Rothbard. Fucking incredible lecture. That's all I had to say. He talks about like how they met in like New York, and Walter Block was invited to like Murray Rothbard's group with like Roger Garrison was there, and they would stay in Murray's apartment till like 6 a.m. Just like talking about stuff.
Yeah, and Walter did not deserve it.
Like, he doesn't like being like a professional. He doesn't like being called like Professor Walter Block or Dr. Walter Block. And he got that from Murray Rothbard, because Murray Rothbard is the same thing, and he's supposed to be called like Murray. Like you're just talking with them, not just being so like official with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that was like the contrast between Murray and Rand, is that Rand is kind of she is a cult leader. I mean,
Walter Block had an amazing thing about this.
Because anybody who went up to Rand and said, I don't actually agree with you here, she goes, no, get out of here, get out of my way.
So if you asked Ayn Rand to clarify what she meant on like page 210, she'd be like, okay, here's what I mean. But if you're like, you say this on page 3 and say this on page 400, and it's a contradiction, and she just kick you out. That's what Walter Block would say. Ayn Rand would just kick you out.
Yeah. You like Murray was willing to you know, open idea. Yeah, I mean, I just like when I heard that, I mean, it's just like, God, man, dude, I wish I was born in the 80s, and I wish I was a part of that Austrian squadron.
Yeah, it was like Garrison, Block, Rothbard, 3 main ones, and they would be in their apartment from like 12 hours a day, and they wake up at like 2 p.m.
Bro, that sounds amazing. This sounds like a literal dream.
They get there at like 6. If you try to leave at like 11 or 12, Murray Rothbard will tell you, no, stay.
I gotta go. I'll see you.
I gotcha. Oh my god, bro.
Just staying up till 6 a.m. debating people on Austrian economics and going to sleep at 2 p.m.
Hell yeah, bro. That sounds amazing. That's something we need to arrange with voluntaryisthaven. But if Garrison ever comes on for an interview, one of the things I'm going to ask him is, would you like to be the Murray Rothbard to my Walter Block?
That's that's
One thing
yeah,
also
but I
watched
was
Hoppa's lecture on Rothbard. Hoppa wasn't even that. Hoppa, what's it called? Hoppa only knew Rothbard for like 10 years, like in person.
yeah, no, it's
And they were like so
it's
close, like the fucking dynamic duo.
yeah, that idea, like just having like that sort of close connection with someone so like academically intertwined and being mentored and having that sort of like bond with someone would just be a dream, like quite literally just a dream. That's something that I would really aspire to do one day, like just knowing having that sort of dynamic with someone would just be amazing.
Yo, Garrison, where you at?
Garrison, hit me up.
Like even when it comes to that stuff, it'd be like epic. You learn so much from them. You read about it. Like Walter Bucket, you're like, oh, Rothbard's worked like 100 times, right?
Oh, I would assume so. I've read a lot of Rothbard as well, so if he's read
Walter
if he's read
Bucket,
it.
he said he read like Man Economy and State like 7 times, and Ethics of Liberty and Born to Live like 10 times.
I'm gonna ask him how I read him then. Because like I have like a lot of Rothbard, like I've got one. Ethics of Liberty, Mystery of Banking. I need to get MES. I'm not gonna get that yet, but I really need it. What's the government done with the money? Case against the Fed. These were all Mises.
I don't even think I have any Rothbard books. I have Ethics of Liberty. I have Economic Thought Before Adam Smith, and I have Man Economy and State.
Anatomy of the State. He didn't. Did he do anything on that one? No. I've got a lot of Mises and Rothbard. They're the two main ones that I've got. Because I've got.
Mine is like so divided. I don't have like enough like anyone. I have like a bunch of Mises and Hoppe. I have some like philosophy books. I have a lot of Mises though. I have Liberalism, Theory of Money and Credit, Human Action, Ultimate Foundation.
Yeah. With Mises, I've got Theory of Money and Credit, Epistemological Problems of Economics, Human Action. What else have I got? I know I've got more here, but I don't. None of these books have like blurbs or whatever. Oh yeah, I've got Socialist Economic Calculation, the Socialist Commonwealth as well. I have a fair bit of Mises, and I'm buying more, but yeah, I'm starting to dip more into mainstream Austrian economics because not gonna lie, the older generations are a little hard to read.
Well, yeah, that's wait, should I actually ask Hoppe for an interview, even if it's not gonna work?
I mean, go for it. What's the worst that can happen?
True.
But I mean, yeah, I definitely think that we should. I'm gonna ask John if like he can get me, you, and Papa John on his podcast to talk about libertarianism and pragmatism. Because I think, oh, bro, I don't know. I think like with that sort of the conversation that we had earlier, like rhetorically seemed really strong. So
I
if we
talked
could
about the
spread
same
that
thing
reach.
on the watch. I was on a podcast for like Imperialism and Capitalism, explaining how they were only appealing to like progressives, but they need to appeal to like both parties at both times. Like I believe in, because like, you have like.
Oh yeah.
You need to emphasize that judicial reform part to get like the ACAB people on your side. But you also need to appeal to like the conservatives, saying, "Look, they're like violating property rights. Look at us, come to us, and we'll protect them." And then they'll get more people to our side, right?
Yeah.
You can't just like go for one side because otherwise it's not going to work on anything. We're just going to get them to divide, and then it's not going to lead to a proper society.
Yeah, I definitely think that we should try spread our outreach to podcasts because I think we're really suited for podcasts as a group. I'm not gonna lie, like lives are great and all, but like yeah, we should continue to do these live streams. But what we need to do is we really need to expand our outreach so like people actually see them and we have like these conversations about pragmatism and we talk about the sort of necessary steps towards libertarianism. We talk about Austrian economics as a whole. We talk about Keynesianism. We talk about neoclassical. We talk about capital structure. We talk about business cycles. We do all this sort of stuff. Like even if it's through videos and spreading outreach that way, or just doing it here because like it feels like we're well suited for podcasts and live streams and things like this sort of that nature. That seems like where we sort of thrive, but we don't have the outreach to actually spread that. Because I mean, I didn't like I'm not good rhetorically. I don't think I've been good rhetorically, but
they're like I've read a bunch of articles from them. And like I've seen like and Stanford professors have read them, and like again like tens of thousands of views on those articles I write.
Oh yeah, I probably need to write more articles and like make a blog, but I'm gonna post on the VH blog more because that'll incentivize me to write and read more. But I mean, I don't know. My rhetoric here has been a lot better than usual. So that's when I was debating earlier, my rhetoric like has been a lot better. But that's that's unusual because I usually just kind of shy away from debates. I'm not usually very active in them. I'm better at writing than I am talking, so I don't usually take a primary role in debating people. But yeah, I don't know. My rhetoric generally has been pretty good today, so that's a plus. But I just gotta get more confident in talking. That's probably about it. And a better mic, because good God. Have we still got like people watching, or like are we just chilling now?
We have 5.
5 still? Jesus, okay. But yeah. Is anyone like saying anything in the chat, or we got any questions or anything that we can just cover?
I'm gonna end the stream at like a little after midnight.
Wait, what time is it? What after midnight? Like 20 minutes? Okay, bet.
And after to send the Zoom, I want to talk about the book for a bit.
Okay, but I probably need to drink as well because like I joined this but like a couple hours after I woke up, so.
I joined this like I woke up at like 1:30 and I joined at like 7.
I woke up at like 8. It's like, yeah, well, I'm coming on 5 a.m. now anyway, so I'm probably gonna be up to like 9 anyway. But I mean, what can we talk about? What sort of topics do we need to talk about?
Okay, so dear Dr. Hansheimer and Hoppe, my name is Alex Popovich. I'm a young anarcho-capitalist and a massive fan of your works. I was wondering if you'd be willing to spare an hour of your time to come and interview with me and my political group. We are very called voluntaryisthaven. We are very dedicated to Austrian economics and libertarianism. We have previously interviewed big names like Walter Block, and it would be amazing for you to come onto our YouTube channel for a short interview.
Yeah, good. Just check the comments on the stream just to see if there's anything like I want to talk about or something. Bro, the stream's been what, 4 hours long?
Yeah.
Jesus. Can we talk about like FIH? I mean,
I am not that well versed in FIH, so if you have anything you can say.
No, I mean, well, what? Okay, hold on. I should probably plug in my headphones even more than 10%. I think there's always something meaningful. With the financial instability hypothesis, I don't know a great ton about it, so my critiques could be like completely wrong. But what at least I have picked up on is that it's only really meaningful in economies that are characterized by credit expansion, like artificial credit expansion unbacked by an increase in the money supply. So if you don't have that sort of increase in the money supply, like under a full reserve system, which doesn't have an elastic supply of credit, then there doesn't seem to be that characterization of financial instability. It seems very stable. But the only thing that I can really say in a current analysis is that using a central bank to offset the supposed instability that's caused by the financial markets or the higher integration of financial markets without being regulated. Using like more oversight and regulation only further increases instability. So if we are really trying to eliminate instability, what we should be doing is allowing the market to correct itself to these natural adjustments and changes in equilibrium. So if we have this sort of change in equilibrium that's reflecting real conditions, if we have these regulatory oversights, this is simply going to lead to a further misallocation, and it's going to take longer for people to adapt to. So those entrepreneurs that are continuing to allocate capital falsely based on these signals that are being set in place or being static, then the idea that we can regulate or diminish this instability by using the cause of the instability or the vast majority of the cause of the instability, then seems to me very contradictory in its own nature. I think even if it was to be true, then the best idea that I could propose for correcting this, in the sense that it's physically possible to correct it, is by allowing the market to readjust itself to equilibrium, which possibly means that we have to suffer through depressions, but these aren't necessarily negative if the market is readjusting itself. And even in the sense that it can be reduced, we're reducing the instability to the proposition that we're allowing these entrepreneurs to adapt faster through the price changes and information transfers without using this sort of effective monetary policy over the financial markets, which regulates it and says, well, these informations aren't reflecting real conditions anymore. We're going to adapt it to these arbitrary measures. And when these are adapted to arbitrary measures, more instability results. So even if the financial instability hypothesis is to be true, then the best approach to fix or at least reduce the impact of it is still the free market.
Yep. That's like pretty perfectly said. Yeah, so like that was a good thing on Minsky. Should we add something on Minsky in our book?
Maybe we'll just see how much material we have on it first.
Yeah.
You don't want to get flamed by developer even not developer critiques.
True. Yeah, we're coming up at the end of the live. We've been live for a long ass time.
Oh yeah, we've been live for like 4 hours.
I want to say something. Oh wait, what do you think the Austrian school needs the most amount of work on going forward?
I mean, our property theory is pretty well developed. It still could use some work, but like it's pretty well developed. Our ethics are well developed. Business cycle is pretty well developed. I think generally we need better critiques of MMT, 100%. And we definitely need a better overview of the financial instability hypothesis. That's something we definitely need more material on. Whilst, I mean, I don't think involuntary employment or orthodox Keynesianism as a whole is very irrelevant anymore. So I'm not going to say that we definitely need that. Neoclassical has been completely annihilated by Lockman, so we don't really need any of that. Yeah, I mean, I'm of the opinion that Lockman absolutely decimated the whole of neoclassical economics with the one statement that capital isn't a homogeneous quantity.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. No, Craig, what do you mean? Aggregate all capital into K. I mean, don't neo-Keynesians and new Keynesians treat capital as homogeneous too?
Yeah, I think only post-Keynesians recognize the capital as heterogeneous, but like, I don't even like. The assumption isn't even like a horrible treating all capital as K. If they would just use Mises' definition, like if they would just take a Misesian view on it, they'd be okay. They really wouldn't have that much difficulty. I myself represent capital as K. I represent financial capital as K. But the definition of capital that I operate off of isn't homogeneous because it's actually heterogeneous because what I operate off of is the totality of all the different the heterogeneous types of capital involved in the productive structure, and the market value of the totality of all those capital goods. So it's reduced into market value that I'm representing as K, financial capital. So if we were to use that sort of mathematical structure, whereas so I can use, let's say, Hertz duration of a cash flow to measure the average period of production. What these neoclassicals do is they represent capital within itself to be a homogeneous quantity, different factors of production to be homogeneous. Like obviously that's completely false. It takes completely different forms and it has completely different usages depending on which capital combination is placed with.
This screwdriver, the screwdriver in my house is the exact same as a machine in this factory, bro.
Yeah, it's like obviously it's coming completely different quantities and different sizes and different uses, and they can all be applied to different things. Like even a whole
Debating on capital theory.
yeah, I mean, like even like the capital in the general sense of homogeneity isn't homogeneous because it can be used in different capital combinations in certain ways. Like you don't even have to employ it in a productive process. Like it can be used as a reserve stock of capital for substitutions if with the least value reduction if a capital combination fails. Like even homogeneous capital isn't homogeneous, but that's where the neoclassical assumptions fail. Like they can account for this homogeneity, this heterogeneity of capital. If if they just represented it as financial capital and take the Misesian view, that it's just the financial assets of all the capital involved, regardless of its heterogeneity, then it wouldn't matter. Like this whole thing would be completely irrelevant. But they don't. They treat capital as homogeneous within itself, which is just stupid. I mean, the neoclassical models forget the most elementary things, and it's pathetic. Honestly, it's a pathetic economic theory that I don't know how got mainstream. Like when you make a development of a productive process and then forget to include the factor element of time, that's pathetic. Like the Frank Knight model, that's the Clark. Like that is pathetic. You can't start treating these assets as if they don't exist and then expect a rational economic theory to come out of it. That's not something that's physically possible to happen. So what these neoclassical people need to do is you really need to adapt their theory to the Misesian views, and if they would do that, their financial, or not financial, their mathematical models would work far more coherently, even though they'd still suffer the flaw of overaggregation. The idea that we can use financial capital to represent as K and then measure the average period of production, they would have to disband and or they'd have to lose the Cambridge critiques of Bombark, but that sort of idea alone that was presented by John Higgs kind of solves the issue of the average period of production. We can measure the sensitivity to interest among different stages of production, and among these different stages of production, these have obviously different sensitivities to interest as they're closer to the capital goods or the consumer goods, sorry. And we can measure the general length of this production without that sort of flaw of overaggregation by that Hayek kind of suffered with his Hayekian triangle placing the median in the middle. It's a little overaggregated. The what, sorry?
Hayekian triangle's incomplete, bro. You gotta use that complicated ass thing I sent you the other day.
Yeah, I mean that still treats the average period of production the same, so it'll be simply just placed in the middle, which is just it's going to suffer an over aggregation. So it's very difficult to represent actual average period of production as within the Hayekian triangle, but using that sort of average period of production that presented by Higgs rather than Bombark, because Bombark's theory was completely backwards. Like you literally couldn't measure the start of it. It started at the end of the productive process and looked backwards. We don't know when the productive process starts. We don't know which was the first capital element to be embodied into another, making it more complex, closer to the consumer good. Like the natural resources at the start of it. Maybe like a screwdriver was the start of it. Maybe a nail was the start of it. How do we know? We can't know this. This isn't something that's physically knowable. Like as you move capital along stages of production, they gradually get less and less inputs, but these inputs get more and more complex as there's more capital embodied in them. So we can say that, okay, well, maybe this is the capital that started it, but we don't know that because we don't know how much capital has already been embodied in it by previous productive processes. We don't know if like what is seemingly a natural element was really where it started. Like we can't tell. That's not something we can tell by looking backwards. So we have to start at the beginning of the productive process before looking backwards. Damn, I'm ranting tonight. Jesus.
I gotta go on with some rants.
Yeah, this isn't what my girlfriend has to deal with on FaceTime, so.
Random rants on different things she doesn't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, unfortunately.
Bro, ever find the ultimate justification for property rights and says since property rights are based, then you have to be an ACAP.
Yeah, she just calls me cringe whenever I talk about property rights.
It's kind of insane.
I'm just simply epic. Simply me.
Alright, I'm like fucking dead on video. I'm gonna end the live. I don't care.
Roger.
Yo, everyone, thanks for coming. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. We'll see you later.